A very good afternoon from the stunning West End International Stadium in Doha, Qatar, and welcome you all to the all-important clash in the ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup 2025. It's the host, Qatar Under-16, up against the spirited Kuwait Under-16 side, who are just one win away from securing a position in the grand finale. Well, the conditions are perfect, the crowd is building and the tension is up on the stocks, as Qatar will be eager to rise to the occasion on home turf, while Kuwait have that momentum and have come after that winning game the previous encounter. Strap in for what promises to be an exciting youth cricket here. It's a new day, it's a new wicket. Let's head over towards Reza, who's there in the center for the pitch report.
Hello and welcome to the ACC Men's West Zone Cup 2025. As things enter into the business end of the tournament, it's the home side Qatar taking on Kuwait. For Kuwait, it's a virtual knockout, a semi-final, while the home side Qatar are already out of contention. I'm out here in the middle and having a close look at this surface. Now, having a closer look, it seems that it's as dry as a bone, really, and no surprises there, as the top 4 wicket takers in this tournament have all been spinners. Now, the conditions here today are quite dry, with humidity levels around 20%, and it's quite windy as well. And when it's windy, it makes it easier for the bowlers to grip that ball, so it turns and it bounces and it stays low at time as well. So if you want to make use of those slow and low conditions later in the evening, our advice to you would be to win the toss, bat first and bat well. Hello and welcome to the West End International Cricket Stadium here in Doha, Qatar. It's Kuwait taking on Qatar, and for Kuwait, it's a virtual knockout, really, a virtual semi-final, with Qatar already out of the race. As we speak, the conditions here are looking good for cricket. It's slightly hot, all right, but there's a gentle breeze blowing around in the ground as well. Let's quickly go down to Harman Saini, who's down there for the toss.
Toss time for the ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup 2025. It's the last group stage game. It's the home team Qatar taking on Kuwait. On my left, the captain of Qatar, Shoaib. In the center, we've got Umar Abbas, the skipper of Kuwait. And to oversee the toss, Mr. Iftikhar Ali, the match ref. Qatar, with the flip, please give it a flip. Heads is the call. And tail it is. Shoaib, you win the toss. What do you decide and why?
We'll decide to bat first because we want to put runs on the board to make it difficult for Kuwait to chase.
Yeah, they have a very good chance of playing the finals. You unfortunately don't have. You want to upset them. What do you think about the surface?
The surface looks good for batting. That's why we decided to bat first, and we'll try our best to make a difference.
Any changes in that lineup?
No.
Have a good game. Omar, did you want to bowl first?
No, we would also like to bat first in this pitch because it seems like a good batting surface first, and later on it gets difficult, but no worries now. Let's see.
The previous game was a very good game for you. How's the mood in the camp?
Mood in the camp is very good, alhamdulillah. Everybody is confident that we can inshallah win the cup, so let's carry forward and hope for the best.
What kind of a restriction do you want to put on the board for them?
I guess we would like to restrict them under 100, so it will be a good chase inshallah.
Any changes in that lineup?
No, same team.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
So the news from the center, Qatar win the toss, decide to go bat first.
Qatar winning the toss, deciding to have the first use of this placid-looking surface, and no surprises at all in this ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup as things enter the business end. Qatar, they're already out of contention. However, they'd be hoping to create an upset here. Kuwait, on the other hand, They'd be hoping for a victory as we look at the two lineups here. Qatar U16 led by Mohammed Shuaib, Sami Hassan, Huzaifa Osman, Joel Silas, the star man for them, Chirag the wicketkeeper, Darshil Shriram, Shri Reddy, Avinash Vinay, Zahir Vaibhav and Abdul Malik to form the rest of the lineup. Kuwait under-16 led by Umar Abbas, the captain, Kadarsh Tushar, Rudransh Panchal, Janil Parag, Mohammed Rishan, Ryan Aiden, Usman Ghani, Vihan Jitesh, Pradyat, Giri, Aryan Panwar and Daksh Lakshman Diraj. They look to be a balanced side. There's Kuwait, and barring any hiccups here today, they look on their way to book their place in the finals against the UAE in a couple of days' time from this point onwards. As I'd like to welcome my co-commentator, Harman Sani, into the comm box. Good afternoon, Harman.
A very good afternoon, thank you very much. Just that one win away from securing a place in the finals is Kuwait. The toss not going in their favour, but they say that they will try and restrict under 100. That's what the skipper Umar Abbas, who's got the new ball, was the hero in the previous game, defending 9 runs in the last over against Oman in that low total game. And the spirits are high as they want to play the final, lift the cup back home. And Qatar on the other side, they want to create that upset as you mentioned. It's like our ship has sunk, but we'll take yours as well.
Umar Abbas certainly riding high on confidence coming from that last game. It's always fantastic if you're able to win those close games. And they've got everything to play for as well. Kuwait, and a good start. A bit of shape and keeping it within the line of the stumps as there's a bit of a fumble by the fielder. They go through for a single as Qatar get off the mark.
It was not a bad delivery. And the first runs on the board courtesy of a missed field. Induwadan Reddy. He's off the mark without wasting any time. And alongside him is Avinash. The two openers. You don't want to make errors early on, Reza. You want to make the most out of these early conditions. Power play, pick up a few wickets, add that pressure on Qatar, which has been the pattern for them throughout this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if the faster bowlers are able to pick up those early scalps early on, it will put Qatar under further pressure, because the main game for them would be how they are able to cope with the spinners later on in the piece. So any wickets right now would come as a bonus, I think.
You rightly mentioned early wickets. The good thing for Kuwait is in the previous game we saw Pradyut Giri bat really well down the order. So all those batters have been clicking. If the top order fails, someone stepped up in the later stages. He bowled well in the death overs as well. So that's good to see for Kuwait.
Once again, one absolute beauty. The ball just leaving the batter at the last second. There was very little swing in the air, but just as that ball pitched, it moved away ever so slightly.
Yeah, look at that replay, shaping away beautifully. Look at that seam position early on, testing the batter. That's what Umar Abbas has been known for. He's a very matured cricketer, has been playing a lot of senior cricket as well back home with the domestic circuit, and that's where all that promising talent comes out.
So it looks like it, and he's again looking for that movement away from the batter.
Although Reza, you were there in the centre for the pitch. It's a good toss to win, bat first. As we know, the day progresses, batting might get a little difficult with the lights on, as that judgment of the ball is not that easy.
I think, as I was mentioning in the toss, the humidity levels are quite low at the moment, hovering around, 20%, and there's also this gentle breeze blowing around the ground. And as a local, I know that when that happens, there is very little dew as the batters run through for a quick single. So when there is little dew, the spinners find it much easier to grip the ball, and also the wear and tear on the pitch comes into play. So definitely, I think as this game wears on, the spinners will enjoy it, and even the faster bowlers, because there might be this inconsistent bounce coming in.
Yeah, rightly mentioned that early conditions, the later stage, you don't see any moisture on the wicket.
You see already some signs of the pitch keeping a little bit low. That ball stopped on the surface as over number 1 comes to a close. Qatar are 2 for none.
It's going to be Rudransh to share the new ball, which has been the pattern ever since the second game. It's been known as the strike bowler, very economical as well. Left arm spinner with a slip in position in the cordon.
Yeah, these sides in general are heavily packed with spinners. Has been the name of the game in this tournament so far, and understandably so. The conditions are hot, not easy for the faster bowlers to run in. Quite conducive for spinners, however. As a result, we see the top 4 wicket takers in this tournament have all been spinners. Rudransh, left arm orthodox.
He's a good smart bowler. The left armer has got a very good arm ball as well. And spinners have dominated in this tournament. Vignesh Karthikeyan right at the top.
And bowls it wide of the crease, and I think the idea for him is to make the batter play at as many deliveries as possible. So far, Avinash has been pressing forward, doing the right thing, and I think something else that's happened in this tournament is that these batters from Qatar have allowed the spinners to bowl at them. You know, we haven't really seen them using their feet, just putting the bowlers off their marks. They've just been allowed to bowl and bowl in areas which have inevitably created problems. I wonder if they can go back to the drawing board after this tournament and work on how they need to play spin in the future tournaments.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of learnings here. Final delivery coming up of the over number 2.
Oh, he was just feeling the pressure, I think, looking for that single as over number 2 comes to a close. 2 done. They're 2 for none. Right, over number 3 now. Skipper with the ball, and once again, this time just sliding down leg side. The idea is right, is looking for wickets, bowling full and targeting the stumps. Sri Induvadan. needs to be a bit careful and a bit wary of that movement that Umar Abbas is getting. Nicely played, and he wanted a single, was played with soft hands, but the fielder was too close for a single there.
Yeah, you got to add on that early pressure, those dot deliveries, as Umar Abbas has been the pick of the bowler for them. He's got a good field placement as well, that's good to see. So Aryan Kapil attacking to the ball. These dot deliveries will urge the batters to make an error, throw away their wicket.
This time down leg side, off radar, and he's clipped it away. There is a fielder though patrolling the boundary, so it will just be a single, but a nice looking shot.
There's a good flick of the wrist. An excellent field placement. The two fielders inside of the power play, one at deep third and the other one deep backward point, a deep backward square leg, I beg pardon. Those are two fielders. The backward point has been just called in. Smart captaincy from Umar Abbas.
Yeah, and aggressive intent as well. You know, he wants the batters to take the aerial route, clear that 30-yard circle if they can.
Yeah, that was another very good delivery, urging him to go for that drive. As you mentioned, he's got that catching position as well at extra cover. So they've been pretty good on the attack, I would say. Right.
Yeah, they're going into their shell, and that's been the pattern with these Qatari batters. They defend and defend and haven't really been able to find that release shot. I mean, we're not asking for boundaries, but rotation of strike. We've seen that with the UAE batters. You know, they do it so well. Played with soft hands, guide it to the third man, flick it away to, you know, deep square leg if there is one in place. So it's not about, you know, those big hits all the time. 50 overs requires you to be able to rotate the strike. And this time he goes hard at it, going nowhere with his shot making at the moment, as over number 3 comes to a close. They are 3 for none.
Three good overs. And talking about the other game, UAE taking on Oman. Mammoth of a total, 346 for 6 is what UAE put up in their 50 overs. So that's the difference, Reza. The way they've been batting, they wait for those loose deliveries, attack. They make use of that power play really well. And if one doesn't perform, the other one steps up. As we saw Ayan getting a good score, but then there was Nafis who got a century. And he's the highest run getter individual in this tournament so far.
Absolutely, I think they're head and shoulders above all the other teams in this tournament, and it's reflected well in the points table as well. Sitting high and pretty, creating a clean sheet as a spinner continues to. Spinner's been the preferred option now for Kuwait as he plays that drive. Sri Induvardhan. No timing.
This is very good field setup, I would say. A good attack by Rudransh Panchal. The silly fielder in for that catching. Goes for the big heave. Hasn't really timed it, but will land safe. Shot from that mid-on. So the idea is there. The intent is on.
I think a lot of the batters do this sometimes. You know, they either block or just go for that wild slog or a heave, really, you know. And as we were talking earlier, this game is still so much about rotation of strike, picking up those singles.
Oh, cutting it away. The slip didn't have a chance. Sneaks in a single, the batter. Playing with a lot of risk here. He's flirting with risk at the moment.
He was certainly flirting with danger. The ball slightly wide outside the off stump. It was a bit fuller. And he just hung his bat at it, really. No real force behind that cut. And he could have easily given catching practice to the slips. Lucky to get away. As another over comes to a close. They are 4 now, Qatar, for none.
As Umar continues in for his third over, chasing 347, Oman are struggling at the moment. 104 for the loss of 5 wickets as their set batter Kavish departs.
I think that would be one less thing for Kuwait to worry about. If the UAE are able to secure a win in that contest, it will make the equation even simpler for them. Just win this game and qualify for that finals.
Yeah, they look very positive. The Kuwaiti dugout, even at the toss, he looked very relaxed. And that's good to see, the young skipper. And after winning that modest total game, your confidence really beams in really well. You feel much better walking out into that 20-yard.
This time driven. Yeah, absolutely love his confidence. Remember tuning into one of his interviews just prior to this tournament began, and he said we are the best. As simple as that. No sugar coating whatsoever. Exuberance of youth, oozing with confidence. And this time defended once again. It's been the pattern so far in this game. Qatari batters quite happy to sit back at the crease.
Yeah, he's been mixing it quite well. He's been bowling towards that 4th, 5th stump. This one coming straight into the stumps. He's not being predictable. That's good to see. And as a batter, you keep guessing what's going to be the next delivery, and that's where that pressure of those dot deliveries. 2 of 18 for Avinash. This might just ring in a wicket.
This time it was short, and this time it was wide as well. Not really timed. That's what we were talking about when an opportunity presents itself. We've seen that with the UAE batters. You know, whenever there is a bad ball, they're able to put it away. As we see with Qatar, that just doesn't happen. You know, even there, that was a perfect delivery to dispatch to the boundary.
Yeah, they're not getting close to the ball. They're not taking those chances. They're adding pressure on themselves is all I can say. Strike rotation missing.
I'll continue to do that, Umar Abbas, all day long. He's quite meticulous with his lines and lengths. So to get him to think out of the box and to get him out of his comfort zone, Qatari batters need to make use of any opportunities if they are not able to bat proactively.
Especially in the power plays where you want to take all the chances.
Yeah, that's better. Played with soft hands and he was off straight away. An optimistic appeal. But no damage done. As over number 5 comes to a close, we have a look at that replay. Played with soft hands, and you know, he was off straight away, which is the way you do it. No hesitation. and sliding is bad.
Rudransh continues with the attack. I like that field spread. Good captaincy. It's a brave move by Rudransh and the skipper Umar. Nice flight, oh, just over the fielder. A little dance. This is where chances will be created. Those dot ball pressure will urge the batter to make that error.
As you mentioned there, Harman, something's about to give now. It's been one dot ball after the other. And they've been far too many as he goes across the line. The pressure was building. And he had to take a chance.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Trying to go for the sweep shot. But good field placement again. They've been bowling according to the plan. That's good bowling. Good control inside of the power play. Not easy with the new ball.
Absolutely, and a decent appeal there. It looks very close. The umpire remains unresponsive. Was that sliding down leg side? Was that an arm ball?
Let's have a look at that replay once again. Oh, that was a very close call. Mr. Kashif Beg says not out, and in comes another slip fielder. This is typical test match field setup.
Yeah, they're on the attack, these Kuwaiti boys, and it's really good to see. I mean, you know, these days, even with teams at international levels, we see, you know, they're not as aggressive with their field set. They're quite timid, but not this Kuwaiti team, as it's wrapped on the pads once again. They are almost begging for that wicket.
That was a very, very close call. Again, pressure building on the batter. It's very visible, Reza. Class bowling.
Tell you what, you know, we'll see it in the replay, but I think that was dead in front. Very, very close shout. I think he's lucky to get away with it. And another dot ball as the replay. Let's have a look. Slightly wide outside the crease, pitches in line, and I think, yeah, maybe marginally sliding down leg side and a touch higher as well. I think the angle as well created doubt in the umpire's mind. As over number 6 comes to a close there, 8 for none.
Omar continues. Driven. The fielder will cut that away. At mid-on, a single to start the over, number 7. Good tight bowling by Kuwait. 3 overs for Rudransh. He's none for 3. Hasn't leaked many runs. And the basics are not being followed here, Reza. You want to make use of the power play. At least a single double every over, 3 to 4 runs. That's very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real substance to this innings so far. I mean, it would be great if this was a test match, you know. As there's a direct hit. Was there? No, a shy at the stumps, but missing it.
Well, a direct hit. He was a goner, a complete goner there. Again, the fielder very active. Look at that one, trying to push for that quick single. It's a good move, but it's very, very risky. Let's have a closer one. Ah, he was miles away, not even in the frame.
the runs have dried up, as has the weather in Qatar. And when that happens, you're always susceptible to lose a wicket, do something sloppy, just like that.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't have many runs on the board. That pressure sinks in. This is good tight bowling as well. A lot of control early on with the new ball. No more a pass. Standing tall on the occasion yet again.
This time slightly down leg side, and he's just helped it on its way. Crisply timed first boundary for Qatar.
Yeah, that was a top quality shot, just guiding that away. Knew the fielders were inside this circle, and that's the first for elegance on that one. Just pushed, using the pace of the bowler. A long chase by Daksh, but the ball was always going to win this contest. Look at that outfield, lovely and fast as a trailblazer.
Yeah, the good thing about that shot was he kept his shape and didn't break his wrist. Kept that bat as straight as possible till the very last moment. Quite often we see with players attempting to play on the onside, breaking their wrists, turning their bats towards mid-wicket, and that can result in that ball getting wrapped on the pads, and and then you're a sitting duck basically.
Yeah, that was good head position as well. He was very firm with his technique, very technically solid. Enduvad and ready.
Yeah, once again a bit of bounce there as well. Encouraging signs as over number 7 now comes to a close. Qatar under 16 are 14 for none.
Rudransh to continue for the 8th over. Left arm spinner. Nice fly, driven beautifully. Got a fielder in the deep to cut that away. Single added to the board. This is good to watch. Singles and doubles coming in. You got a boundary in the previous over.
I think that's what happens, when there are runs coming in. You force the opposition captain to go on the defensive. They've got a long off now in place. In my opinion, they didn't really require it at this stage. The pressure is on as the Qatari batters are still quite happy to play that ball on the back foot defensively. Oh, this was a risky stroke, but a risk worth it on that occasion. Able to connect with that sweep. They wouldn't mind it, the Kuwaitis.
Yeah, that was a 2 full delivery. And beautifully played there. A little risk, but a high reward there for the batter. And a welcome boundary. Enduvad has been doing all the talking with the bat.
Yeah, that's better now. They've got 5 runs already of this over, so they can afford to sit back. And another single, so all of a sudden a shift in the momentum, and the runs are beginning to flow now.
Yeah, that was a good little technique there. Another dot ball. He's got that fielder in, that's good to watch. As you mentioned, there was no need for a long off, so he's called it right next to where the bowler starts his run up from.
Yeah, they're still pretty much on the attack. 3 men around the batter as another over comes to a close.
Change in bowling. In for the 9th over, Ryan Aiden. The young man with the nerves of steel. He's a little quicker through the air, has the ability of picking up wickets. Just 2 more overs remaining in the power play. Some runs flowing in for Qatar in the previous 2 overs.
Yeah, these Qatari openers, Avinash and Shri, are quite solid with their technique. You know, they look to play with a straight bat, and they commit onto that front foot most of the time. The only issue is with that bat speed and bat swing. And that's something you need to develop. I think they learned that with their coaches talking to them and post this tournament as well.
Yeah, still early days for these young cricketers. Worked away, looking for that quick single. Good running between the... Oh, direct hit. Have they got the man? Not out, says the leg umpire, Mr. Kashif Beg. Good fielding. It was the skipper. Almost had the man there.
Yeah, almost. The breakthrough they were looking for. It was so close, yet so far. Let's take a look at that. It was a pick up and throw all in one instant, and it was touch and go. A bit lazy there. He did drag his bat in, but it was hanging in the air for a long time. Shri batting on 16 of 24. Trying to drive that ball straight to short extra cover. I think his partner right now is not helping his cause. Avinash Vinay, 5 of 27 balls. This time a bit flatter, a bit faster. No real timing. So only 1 run has come of this over so far. And almost, if there was a second slip in place, he would have been right in business. And we saw there were 3 men around the batter in the last over.
Yeah, but now the momentum has shifted a little bit. A couple of overs to finish off the over. 9 completed, 23 without a loss. Another change in bowling. In for the 10th over. Daksh Lakshman, second highest leading wicket taker in this tournament. Starts off well with a flight, delivery, a little turn as well.
And no surprises there at all. It's been spin to win, the mantra of this tournament so far, and almost carrying Daksh, bringing in that dive, just falling short.
Yeah, that was a tough chance. It was a low full toss, didn't carry towards the bowler. Almost working his trick in.
So to see him flighting that ball, asking the batter to go after him.
He's a good young confident bowler. He's got a good variation as well.
This time he goes after him, was a full toss. And yet another example, we were talking about this a few overs ago, when there are bad balls presenting themselves, they need to be taken advantage of. I think that was bread and butter. You're not going to get many with seasoned bowlers.
Yeah, but that was a very good delivery. He's trying to get that in towards the right hander. A little quicker delivery as well. Like this contest.
And another dot ball. There's an inside edge. He's appealing. A little too ambitious. As Daksh's first over comes to an end. They're 24 now for none, Qatar.
Ryan will continue. That's going to be a wide. A little quicker delivery. Just around the trim line. Good decision there. Vinod Babu, the official from Oman.
And a good ball. Very good ball. Flat, quick. Within the line of the stumps. Miss that and you're on your bike. This time goes closer to the stumps, but that drift that he got on that occasion, taking the ball further away outside that wide line. The second extra of the over. And he means business with his line right now.
Yeah, he's been a very good change up here for Kuwait. Oh, a quicker delivery, drifting onto the stumps. Well played. Squeezing it away into Vardhan Reddy. Good bowling by Ryan.
It's been a pedestrian effort by Qatar with the bat in hand. Falling behind that run rate. It's a meager 2.48 at the minute. Shri batting on 17 of 29. Avinash is going nowhere, and this one was a little faster, a little quicker, and it's gone through the slips. A welcome boundary for Qatar.
That was a quicker delivery, flashing hard at that one. The slip did have a chance, but that was travelling fast. 4 runs, a long chase. It's a blazing quick outfield here at the West End International Stadium. We're live for the ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup 2025. Runs being leaked, I would say, by Kuwait. Could have your best fielders in that slip position. Quick reflexes needed.
Yeah, they're usually travelling those balls around slips, looking for a single. Didn't get it. 11 done. They are 30 for none.
Second over for Daksh. Created a few chances in his previous over. Good delivery. Nice flight. Not much of turn here. Probably he's going to try for a quicker arm ball, I'm telling you. Something coming in here.
And up in the air, there should be a catch. Yes, comfortably taken, a soft dismissal. It was a flighted delivery, playing it with an angle bat, and an absolute gift.
Yeah, Daksh doing what he's been known for, picking up wickets whenever the captain wants. That flighted delivery and a simple catch there, a sitter for Rudransh. First blood drawn. Qatar 31 for the loss of 1. So the first wicket coming in as Daksh gets the big wicket. Chirag walks in, another very promising talent for the men in maroon. And that is how the previous wicket fell. Sharp leading edge, and that was a simple catching practice catch. On the back foot, just guided. Another dot ball. These dot deliveries are going to be the key. That's what Daksh has been known for. Build that pressure and then capitalize and pick up a wicket.
Yeah, they were being squeezed. Qatar, the pressure was building, and something had to give. Trying to play that ball with the cross bat. An error was induced, and it results in the first wicket for Kuwait.
Yeah, Avinash was playing lot too many dot deliveries. So now Chirag is the new man in.
Almost a full toss. Converted into Yorker length. Oh, he means business with his lines and lengths. Daksh. As a successful over for Kuwait comes to an end. 30 for 1 now, are Qatar.
Change in bowling. Time for Aryan Kapil to come in. The leggy, very impressive in the previous game. Picked up 2 very important wickets to bring them back into the game. In for the 13th over. And starts off with that good length delivery. He's got a very good googly as well. A true art bowling leg spin.
Always one of your safest bets to pick up a wicket. Leg spin. The art and craft it has, and there was a slip in place there just in the last over. And that ball going exactly in that direction.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with the delivery. Should have got that first slip in. When you've got a leggy, that's the first thing you want to do. Off the back foot, just trying to cut it into Verdon. A lucky escape, I would say, as he picks up that 4 runs. Got a feel for the bowler. Should have got that slip. And still there's no slip in position. Aren't learning.
Just not getting the jigsaw pieces right at the moment. Omar Abbas. In fact, I think there is a slip now coming into place, which is the right move. You know, Qatar are off to a sedentary start. Their run rate at the moment is just 2.5. So they can afford to go in with a few more attacking options, definitely.
And that was another very good delivery. The wrong gun coming in. And when a leg spinner can bowl a good googly, good wrong gun, he's going to keep that batters on that front foot. Keep that guessing game on. Leading edge. Just towards the field. Another dot ball.
And Panwar, and nicely swept, a good looking shot there, goes straight to the fielder. That's one option, that's one way to release pressure.
Yeah, the final delivery to come in for the over. And guided, looking for that quick single chance here. But the throw was at the wrong end. That was a chance being created. 13 done and dusted. Qatar 35 for the loss of 1. The only wicket taker so far, Daksh Lakshman, in for his 3rd over. Confident drive by the batter Chirag, although he's yet to get off the mark. That was from the middle of that willow.
Looks quite confident, doesn't he, with his body language. This time shuffling across, and tell you what, he could have hit it to quite a lot of different places in this ground. Ends up hitting it straight back to the bowler. Says thank you very much. As Kuwait now have gone bang bang.
That was another very good delivery. Flighted one. Another leading edge straight back to the bowler, and he wasn't dropping those. Look at that one, straight there. The only fielder was the bowler himself. And look at that celebration. Daksh Lakshman, impressive in this tournament. As the 2nd wicket falls, that's the end of Chirag. He goes without troubling the scorers. 35 for the loss of 2. In at number 4. Another wicket falling. I beg your pardon, it was Sri Induvadan who lost his wicket, and not Chirag. Look at that one, flighted delivery. Good catch. Came in pretty quick. Quick reflexes, and that celebration.
It's never easy if you're own bowling, because when you follow through, and as a lot of people would say, they either stick or they don't. That's the man with the golden arm. He's gone straight through him. Met with thin air with that slog sweep. Too full to attempt that kind of a shot on. And he's heard that dreaded sound of furniture.
All I'm thinking is, was there a need to play that shot? Flighted delivery onto the stumps. He was nowhere in control of that shot. Abdul Malik goes without making an impression. And that's the 3rd wicket. Daksh Lakshman impressing all of us here. 35 for 3 is Qatar. And Daksh, what a day he's been having. He's picked up 3 wickets, has given just 1 run in those 2.4 overs. As Chirag is at the non-striker's end, yet to open the account, has seen the back of Abdul Malik. What a dream start for the left-arm orthodox bowler.
The boy with the golden arm. You know, he's been tight with his lines and lengths. Just going back to that last shot once again. An absolute shocker of a shot. I think it was premeditated. We'll get back to that in the next over. 14 done. They're 35 now, Qatar, for the loss of 3.
Aryan Kapil starts off with that wrong gun. And Reza, talking about the pattern, you play those dot deliveries as a Qatari batter, then you keep losing wickets. They've thrown away their wickets. Similar pattern all throughout the tournament. And now you see them, 14.1 overs, 35 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. These haven't been unplayable deliveries bowled by the Kuwaiti bowlers. Really, they've been good deliveries, but they've all been playable. You know, I mean, you could play them either by using your feet or, you know, just making sure those bad deliveries are punished when they come round. But they just allowed the pressure to build, and eventually it was too much.
Hey, look at that smart bowling from Aryan. It's just a young chap all the way from Kuwait, bowling with that big brave heart. Smart bowling just around the trem line. It's not easy to execute. And I would say Qatar are putting pressure on themselves. No one to blame for. It's them themselves. The batting has collapsed because of those dot deliveries, that strike rotation missing.
It's a pocket-sized dynamite as another loose shot, almost carrying to the fielder.
Well, excitement all around, not only on the field but in the combox as well, putting us on the toes. This is some very good bowling, very impressive.
Absolutely, it's the edge of the seat stuff in this ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup. And you see a bit of drift, I think maybe sliding down leg side. I think that's what the umpire thinks so as well. But Aryan, we'll just speak about him in the next over. 15 done now. Qatar are 35 with 7 wickets left in the tank. Right, let's have another look at that last ball of the last over. The ball drifting in and I think sliding down leg side. Great decision by the umpire. Aaron in that last over. Got a bit of movement and got a bit of turn, and as that ball has been played straight into the hands of short mid-wicket. We've seen a pattern of wickets falling now with the close-in fielders coming into play. They've been getting some catching practice.
Yeah, you just can't keep this young boy out of action. 4th wicket on the trot, simple catch. Rudransh, the catcher yet again. And with that wicket, he's now the leading wicket taker in this ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup. Daksh Lakshman. What a quality bowler. Mixing it up, that variation, the flighter, the arm ball. He's got everything in that bag. As Qatar are 35 for the loss of 4. How impressive has Daksh been? As Joel Salas comes in at number 6, he's been one of the most dependable batters in that under-16 squad of Qatar. But up against, look at that bowling cut. 4 wickets, just the 1 run in 3.2 overs. Not vice versa.
That's the one for the archives for Daksh Lakshman. Has been bowling that suffocating line and length meticulously, time and over again. Takes a lot of discipline and persistence. And once again, keeping the batter honest.
Well, let's have a quick look at that. 4 wickets that he's taken so far. Started off with a leading edge, a simple catch. And Induwadan ready, trying to go for the big heave, only to find the bowler. And this was a loose shot. And that's the wicket number 4, and counting, I would say. Back into the attack, to the live action. Another dot ball. Reza, what do you take out from this first 15.5 overs from the Qatari batters?
I think all of those 4 wickets that have fallen that we just had a look at now have been courtesy aggressive shots from the Qatari batters, trying to take the aerial route, mistiming it, playing down the wrong line. We'll come to it in the next over as Joel clips it away, gets off the mark, comes back for the second. Good piece of running. Well, let's talk a bit more about what we were saying about Qatar in the next over. It's 16 done. They are 37 now for the loss of 4. So it was a learning curve at a tender age of 16 and less for these batters. But the pattern we're referring to has been going on since the beginning of this tournament. So I'm sure they would have hoped for those small victories and small improvements as this tournament progressed. Hasn't happened. As an inside edge, once again very close to the stumps. They come back for the second. No, I think Chirag, did he deny the second there? There was always 2 on the cards.
Yeah, probably just that one run and they're settled. But a big shout out to the Asian Cricket Council, the ACC, for hosting this. We'll talk about that after this replay. Look at that one, just chopped on, almost. And talking about the ACC men's under 16, getting that platform, live stream games, lovely venues. There you can see inside the trim line, and the ACC has done really well to give that grassroots cricket level and up here, and full marks to the Qatar Cricket Association to give us 2 venues, day-night games as well, lovely wickets to play on. The outfield has been great. The pitch curators have done really well here.
Yeah, absolutely. These have been state-of-the-art conditions provided to these youngsters, and what better could they have asked for or hoped for? And also, I think keeping their future careers in mind, it's an excellent move to put them under the spotlight, under the scanner. It's never easy when everyone's watching. It's an international stage. This broadcast is going around to the world, so absolutely a fantastic job done by ACC.
Another good delivery. He's been testing him with that 6-stump line. That slip is active. Yes, these youngsters getting that opportunity. I would say this tournament is where talent meets opportunity. The global eyes are on you, and you've got that opportunity, make the most out of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of these youngsters have already. Joel, as he runs for a quick single there, comfortably home. We'll speak more about that in the next over. 17 done. Qatar are 39 for 4. Right. The match summary so far. The batting card for Qatar, starting off in a sedentary style. Sri Reddy and Avinash Vinay starting proceedings. A choking partnership, and once it was over, it was a succession of quick wickets as spinners came into play. Abdul Malik, Vaibhav, and everybody else getting out to lose shots. They've been disciplined with their bowling. Kuwait Umarabad starting proceedings, 4 overs for 11 runs at an economy rate of 2.75, and Rudransh, Ryan, Daksh and Aryan just making sure they put that choke on. Right, so we're all back now after that much needed hydration break for these players. They've probably got their best batter out there in the middle in Joel Silas. They find themselves in a spot of bother. Qatar 4 wickets down, run rate hovering around 2.30 to the over. The going has been tough after Qatar won the toss and elected to bat first. Daksh Lakshman though, how well has he bowled? He has been on the dot with his lines and lengths, hitting those areas just on and outside the batters off stump, making the batters play, more importantly, and inducing false strokes. Such a luxury to have, as that was an arm ball. And Joel Silas for a moment would have had his heart in his mouth. Not picking it off his hands, playing it off the pitch. This time it was flighted and he's inching to get to the other end. But yet another dot ball. Have a look at those figures. 4.5, 4 wickets for only 3 runs. He's been the star of the show and trying to play that ball across the line. Ends the over with the dot ball. Qatar now are 39 for 4. Aryan continues from this end. This was a bit loose on that occasion by Aryan. Wasn't as short, but it was slow and enough time there for the batter to rock back on the back foot and earn a boundary through square leg. And see that one again. Yep. He could have hit that in his sleep, Chirag. Once again, eyeing that onside. He wanted to go over mid-wicket, I reckon. Not able to get the connection he desired. He's into his fourth over now, Aryan Panwai. He's got a bit of spin and bite and drift. It's been rather unfortunate not to have picked up a wicket so far. There's a slight concern with Joel at the striker's end. Is he cramping up? It is extremely hot out there in the middle, with the mercury levels soaring beyond 40 degrees. Right, it seems that we're all in readiness, and Aryan is ready to bowl. Punched away straight to the fielder. Yet another dot ball. They need a huge partnership here. Does Qatar? At the moment they're in deep trouble. But they've got the two right batters who can get them out of this zone that they're in right now. Flighted up, driven, looking for a single, never run on a missed field, they say. That ball was struck hard. Once again, wide outside the off stump. Enough time for Joel this time to pierce that gap and pick up a single. And a dot ball to finish over number 19. They're 45 now for Qatar. Right, we're back in action after a little pause. We'll just get back to you with an update with regards to that pause. I don't see Chirag is out there in the middle, so it seems there's been an injury, and Chirag has gone back to the pavilion to get the attention he needs. That's not very good news for Qatar. He was looking good. Chirag was off to a reasonable start, but now these bowlers have a new batter to bowl to. They wouldn't mind that. Tucked away, looking for a single, was Hassan on that occasion. A few nerves, I'm sure. A few jitters as a batter when you first walk in to the centre. And those first runs always come as a relief. Another dot ball as the pressure builds. Kuwait would be delighted with the way they've bowled in this game so far, executing their plans. Their plan was to get them all out under 100. We'll talk more about that as another over comes to a close. Right, after Chirag getting retired hurt, Hassan is out there in the middle in the company of Joel Silas. We're talking about Kuwait's plans to restrict the opposition under 100, and they seem right on track with their aims, with half of Qatar's side almost back in the hut, one batter getting retired hurt. Played off the back foot, he's found the gap. Sweet sound of the bat, beautifully timed, and picks up a much needed boundary for Qatar. Does Joel.
Exquisite timing on that one, through the covers, beating the fielder. As that 4 comes in, that's also the team 50 for Qatar. Got to 51 for the expense of those 4 wickets and 1 batter back into the hut, courtesy of that retired hurt.
It's been the silver lining for Qatar. Joel Silas plays with a big heart.
He's been like a wall, doesn't give away his wicket. He's been very impressive. A few batters that Qatar will really take forward from here would be Sri Induvardhan We've got the likes of Joel Chirag. These 3-4 batters are very promising. A few good bowlers. The likes of the captain Shoaib. But Sami is there in the centre.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not all doom and gloom, although they haven't won many games in this tournament. But it's only an under 16 level, really. And they've got long careers ahead of them.
It's a good foundation that they've been building. Rutranch wicketless so far, but 4.5 overs, none for 14. It's been very impressive. Shares the new ball, not easy. In a 50 over format, you don't see spinners open the bowling much.
It's never easy to grip the ball, as it's hard and shiny. But he's been quite happy to take the responsibility. Almost another wicket falling to a catch within that ring. An action replay almost of the previous dismissal. A few of the previous dismissal we've had as over number 21 comes to a close. They're 51 now for the loss of 4.
Daksh, the man with the golden arm. 4 wickets for him so far. Sami trying to go for the big heave. Good fielding onto his own bowling. Well guided by Aryan Kapil. Kuwait have been on their toes today. Since Daksh has come into the attack, he's bowled brilliantly. Surely a fine for Kuwait. 4 for 4 in a 6.1. Look at that sharp turn. A little extra bounce as well. Good carry, good bounce. As a bowler, you know that the wicket is supporting you. Economy and wicket, everything in the cards. Get back to him. Another dot delivery. Not much happening here for Qatar, as Joel is there in the centre. 25 deliveries, he's got 9. Sami is yet to get off the mark. Trying to go for the single. You cannot take a chance against Umar Abbas. As Daksh continues that scenery of dot deliveries. That was a full toss. This time they're going to push for that quick one. A comfortable single. A nod comes in from Joel as well. A thumbs up. Final delivery of his 7th over. It is pretty warm out there. Just around 42 degrees Celsius. Live from Doha, Qatar. And another dot ball. End of the over. 22 done. Dakshin is 7 overs is 4 for 5. It's 52 for the loss of 4 for Qatar. The Swin twin, they've been continuing. Rudranch from the other end. He's bowling from the highway road end. Rudranch Panchal. Again, going for that cross-batted heave. Is there a need to go for that? Try and get those ones and twos. Stitch up a partnership. Don't get carried away. Don't lose another wicket here. That's better. Respecting the good deliveries. Was a quicker one from Rudransh. Kuwait continues with a lot of positives. A win here and they'll play the finals on the 5th of May. Has he edged it? Yes, he has. A thick outside edge. Wicket number 5 as Sami Esun departs. Rudransh Panchal joins the column of wickets. A good catch by Usman Ghani. A little turn from Rudransh. And that edge comes in. A little quicker through the air. Yeah, there was a thick outside edge, Sami. As Mr. Vinod Babu raises that finger up. 52 for 5 is Qatar in just 22.3 overs. In at number 7, Darshil Sriram joins Joel Salas in the centre. Again, off the leading edge, not travelling towards the fielders. This is good pressure created by the Kuwaiti bowlers. Started off by Daksh and now Rudransh joins the party. And Daksh pick up that 5-wicket haul as all the fans back home cheering up for. Another good delivery there. A little turn that has been troubling the batters. It was a similar one to the dismissal of the previous batter, Sami Esun. Final delivery of the over. And defended well. That's a very successful over for Rudransh. 23 gone, 52 for the loss of 5. In search for a fifer, Daksh will continue. He's been the star with the ball. Good delivery. A dot ball with that 4 wickets today. He's become the leading wicket taker in this ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup 2025. Going past Vignesh Karthikeyan from Oman, who played their last game today. The morning fixture against UAE. Edged away, well far from the slip. These will be runs. A long chase by Rishan. And Joel will come back for the second. There's another chance created. Daksh bowling his 8th over. He's only given away 7 runs so far. Mighty, mighty impressive. Creating that dot ball pressure. Picking up wickets at regular intervals. The new find of Kuwait cricket. Look at that quick single. Taking a chance against Umar. Completing it quite comfortably. This is good for Daksh. He's got Darshil, who's just walked out, has faced only 3 deliveries. You could test him. try and bring in that quicker delivery, the arm ball that he's been known for. But today the flighted delivery has done all the wonders for this young kid. And Darshil has come out with the message: don't lose your wicket, defend it. If runs can't come in, block the wicket. 55 for 5. That was better. A little quicker, drifting in, and equally well played. Valuing his wicket as Darshil Sriram. The other batters have failed at the top order. Now it's towards the middle and later end. And another defence there. Another good over. 8 overs for Darshil. He's given away just 8 runs, picked up 4 wickets. 24 overs done. Qatar 55 for the loss of 5. The spin twin, Rudransh, who picked up a wicket in his previous over, will continue. A little extra bounce on carry. Joel plays another dot ball. He's going to be the key, I would say. Joel Silas has been the wall of Qatar. He's played well in this tournament, has got a few 50s as well. There you can see that flight. Just that little hint of turn. Still that slip in the cordon. It's good to watch. The aggressive mindset of the Kuwaiti camp. It's all about that think tank. The coaches, Mohammad Tahir Khan, the head coach. Got Jude, the team manager, and Kashif Sharif, the assistant coach. And they will all be very happy as their team is performing well. They're just one win away to play the finals against UAE, who are the table toppers. A comprehensive victory in the morning fixture, beating Oman. They end up the group stage table toppers. 5 wins on the trot. Edge, oh, he was not ready. The slip fielder was not ready in the cordon. That should have been taken. It was Rishan with the chase. Saving the 4, a couple of runs added. That should have been the wicket number 6. Oh, the slip fielder. You could see he was not attentive. Let's have a look. Oh, yes. Quick reflexes needed. This is not an easy place to stand in. And right away, there's a change. It is going to be Daksh into the slip. 57 for 5. Some played with a straight bat, will be a dot ball. Good fielding. Adam, the fielder, is coming as a substitute. QATAR playing an unchanged side. And another dot ball. A half-hearted shot. End of the over. 25 done. Halfway stage of this innings. 57 for the loss of 5 are Qatar. Dakshin for his 9th over. He's picked up 4 wickets. Has got Umar Abbas in the slip cordon. All these fielders excited for Daksh. Can he pick up that 5-er in today's game? Picked up 6 wickets against UAE in the first game. That's in the air, but again, landing safe. The Shield yet to get off the mark. 8 deliveries, no runs on the code. And another guide. Another dot ball. Well, these dot deliveries increasing for Qatar. That's been the pattern for them. They've been struggling to find runs. He's going to look for that single. It's pushed by the Shield. That's his first runs. Gets off the mark with that single. Brings back Joel. He's got 14 of 35. Kuwait can manage to pick up a wicket of Joel. That will make things very, very interesting. That kept a bit low. Pushing for the single sent back. Excellent fielding. It's Jay Neal. Final delivery of his 9th over. And beats him. There was an appeal, but not out, says the umpire. 26 done, 58 for the loss of 5.
Over number 27, about to start, and an outside edge. He flashed hard, not in control of that one. The fielder giving it a chase and just reels it back in at the right time. Just the one.
Starts the over with a single. Again, Rudransh adding on that slip pressure. It's in the air. This could be another chance, but over the fielder. That has cleared all of them. A half a dozen from Joel. A little counter attack, a little flight on offer, and makes the most out of that one.
Keeping no prisoners at all there. Joel Salas. It went so high, it could have come down with the weather report. I would give him a lot of confidence. Joel Salas deciding to play off the front foot for a change. He's quite happy sitting back, playing most of those deliveries of the back foot. And he's been able to find the sweet spot of the blade as well.
He's only the batter that I feel has looked so comfortable on this wicket for Qatar. Moves on to 20 of 40.
Absolutely. He's not only got the technique but also the temperament to survive the long game. Joel Salas flighted up on that occasion. Rudransh was asking him to take the aerial route once more. Refraining from it was Joel on that occasion. Over number 27 comes to a close there. 65 now, Qatar, for the loss of 5. Right, Qatar 65 for 5 as over number 28 is about to start. In fact, one ball's already been bowled. And it's been a test bar spin so far from Kuwait. Choking the batters, bowling those suffocating lines and lengths. Asking the batters to press forward and defend. Run scoring has been rather difficult. Daksh Lakshman has been the star of the show so far for Kuwait, picking up 4 wickets. He's got 2 balls left in his spell. Can he pick up a 5-er? He's got a slip in place. A relatively new batter in Darshil Shiram as well. Definitely be fancying his chances and almost threw a big appeal. They look quite confident. I think it was for caught behind. The batter looking at the toe of his bat. It was a full delivery. No real deflection from the naked eye. As Daksh Lakshman completes his figures, 10 overs, 4 for 10. What a magnificent effort by the youngster. As Qatar now are 66 for the loss of 5.
Ryan Aiden reintroduced into the attack. 66 for 5. He's got Joel on strike, who's got 20 of 42. Cuts that away. Good fielding. Diving effort. Pradyut Giri was the player of the match in the previous contest. Quick fire, 41 not out of 43. And bowled exceptionally well towards the death overs.
Yeah, speaking about Joel, once again, each time he finds that connection of the meat of the bat, it travels like trace a bullet. Such is the bat speed and connection he's able to find. Certainly one for the future.
He's a very confident batter as well. A few good innings in this tournament already.
Plays it down the ground. He's able to rotate that strike as well, another trait which is quite likable about him.
He knows how to rotate the strike.
This time again wide outside the off stump. Opportunity yet again presenting itself, going in vain. There's so much to gain. Another dot ball.
Yeah, the quicker one, trying to target the stumps. The Shield holding on to his wicket.
Likes to play that cut shot, does Darshil, as over number 29 comes to a close. There's 67 Qatar now for the loss of 5. Harman, just to tell you a story about Joel Silas, it's not the first time he finds himself batting with the tail. We sometimes play practice games together, and on more than one occasion he was able to rescue our side from a collapse. I remember in one particular game we were about 9 down for 127 odd runs and we were chasing around 150. There were ample overs left, but we needed somebody to be out there, you know. And he was our reliable option, just stayed till the very end. Not easy for a youngster to keep his head in a pressure cooker situation.
100% he's a very bold character with the bat in hand. Very matured for his age.
Down way outside the off stump there. That will go down in the extras tally.
And that similar length this time, just inside the trim line, trying to just go for that late cut on the dot delivery. And I really feel you might be spending hours and hours in nets, but that match practice, that's what matters the most.
Absolutely, I think that, big appeal for caught behind, the fingers goes up, and he's not very happy with that decision, Darshil, but it was a googly that does him in. Not sure what happened.
That was a brilliant delivery from Aryan. First one for the afternoon for him. Nice flight, and that sharp turn in, googly, and a good catch by Usman as that finger goes up. There's the 6th wicket down. Darshil, he walks back for 2 of 22. It's 69 for the loss of 6 for Qatar. Well, Aryan also joins the party of that wicket-taking column as he puts his name there. 1 for 15 and 4.5 as the skipper comes out to bat. Oh, that was a wrong gun. A wide signal Down the leg side. Good take there from Usman.
Yeah, what a time for the captain to be out in the middle with his side with their backs against the wall. In deep trouble.
I would say not the best time to be here.
And he continues with his variations and googlies. Does Aryan as over number 30 comes to a close. 70 they are now, Qatar, for the loss of 6.
Ryan Aiden will continue. Joel on strike. He's played that through covers, but only to find the fielder. Good work there by Rudransh Panchal. He's already taken a couple of good catches. Surely Qatar on the back foot at the moment. Skipper Shoaib. He wanted his side to put up some good runs on the board, make things difficult for Kuwait.
It doesn't look like happening at the minute. The only positive for them have been Joel out there in the middle, grinding it out. There was an important point you made about the difference between net practice and the game itself. We'll come back to it after this ball, slashed hard, straight to the fielder. And so often we see so many players doing so well in net practice, but struggling when it comes to games. There are so many things that come into play when you're in an actual contest. It's the pressure of runs, it's the external conditions. Your fitness gets tested as well because you're running between the wickets.
And that's what I see now. A lot of teams around the globe, you see they do match scenario practice. It's for the bowlers, it's for the fielders as well, for the batters of course. And that's where you build that character.
And not to forget the role of mind, when you're out in the middle. You only have one ball as a batter. If you play that wrongly, that's it. It's the end of your day. I think that plays a huge role as well. How well are you able to control those nerves and pressure? Not worry about the results, but the process.
Yeah, I always call cricket a game of nerves. Gotta be really, really strong.
Particularly if you're a batter. That last ball is played away. They were looking for a single. Never on. Over number 31st ends. They're 70 now for 6.
The leggy Aryan couple will continue. The back foot delivery being played there. Well, Reza, I would say the more you go on the back foot, you're giving a chance to the bowler to square you up, get a wicket. You know that Aryan has that ability of bowling the stronger wrong guns. He's been pitching it beautifully and it's been drifting as well. Usually we see that pace not coming in, but he's been using a lot of shoulder power. He started the tournament with a lot of flight, but looks like he's worked on it.
Yeah, totally. I would like to second you there as that ball almost through to hitting the pads. And I think when you do that as a batter, playing off the back foot is because you're not sure which way it's moving, really. You're playing the ball off the surface rather than picking it off the hands. Again, you see there, he is not really sure which way it's turning. So he's quite happy to sit back, wait for that ball to pitch, turn, and then play his shot. It's an art, to be able to pick the ball from the wrists, hands.
Yeah, leg spin is an art. True blue art. Let's hit him on the pads, I reckon. Not out, surely drifting away. But as a leg spinner, they need a lot of net practice alongside game time practice as well. Because pitching it in the right areas, getting that muscle memory of pitching it in the right block, good length. There, that's the delivery. Although it was a wrong one. If he can turn it away. He's been bowling a lot of googlies, been a little predictable. But yeah, if that sharp leg spinner's dream delivery comes in, Shoaib is under tremendous pressure. You know that. You could see it on the face.
Yeah, anyone can be an off spinner, but it takes a big heart and a soul to be a leg spinner outside edge almost. Judging by the reaction, it did seem there was a little tickle on it. Umar, he's just pointing to the fact that the keeper was not able to take that cleanly. As over number 32 now comes to a close, the 70 for 6, Qatar.
Ryan Aiden. That's another dot delivery. Well, these dot deliveries have been a little too many. More than those runs scored are those dot deliveries being played by the batters of Qatar. So Ryan continues. That's cut away. Oh, misfield. But no damage. Rishan there. It's another very good batter there that you will see later on if Kuwait requires that batting. They can bundle them out early, try and chase it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it'll come down to that, the way things are going. But yeah, it's worth having that discussion about leg spin once again. One of my favorite pieces of art in the game. As Joel on that occasion driving that ball, he's been able to pierce the gap, making room for himself and making sure that he's able to get that bat speed behind it.
That was a brilliant strike. You could see that he had made room for himself, piercing the gap like a surgeon. Precision and that gap picking. Inside out goes Joel Silas. As that boundary comes in, they need more fours, more runs. That's the need of the hour if you're a supporter for Qatar.
Now, one form of offence is the defence, but it's the other way around in Qatar's case right now. Offence is the best form of defence. And with 6 wickets down, I think Joel Silas has got the licence to go. Licence to thrill. And show us the repertoire of shots he's got. As another over comes to a close. There's 74 now for 6.
Another 17 overs remaining. As Aryan Kapil continues. The leggy has been very impressive alongside the other bowlers as well of Kuwait. The spinners. Spin it to win it has been the mantra for most of the teams, and I feel that's where Qatar has missed a trick.
Absolutely. I think on these pitches and conditions, it's imperative that you go in with a spin-heavy attack. You know, it's hot, it's humid. Also, the pitch is offering assistance to your bowlers. And the likes of Kuwait and UAE have done their homework on that front well before coming into this tournament.
I'm sure there's been a lot of selection process. There's been a lot of boot camps before coming in. And yes, they know the conditions well, I would say. That's a wrong gun. Sliding down. Another wide. Aryan, he's been bowling a little too many googlies now. I'd like to see a little leg spin coming in. Turn it. Flight a little bit, because you know that Shoaib is a little desperate for those runs now. He's getting frustrated there in the centre. 10 deliveries yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, back to the conventional leg spin could be the answer that they're looking for at the moment. Kuwait, as they search for another wicket. And I think at the moment Shoaib is getting used to that googly, as you mentioned. And once again another googly there.
But this was better. You could see even the captain liked it. And well, I have to applaud the captaincy of Umar Abbas. Captain fantastic. One captain I got to applaud is Ayaan Misbah from UAE. They have done really, really well.
Once again, wrong line this time. I think as long as that googly of Ayaan's finishing on the stumps, it's fine. Because then he has an opportunity. Might get an LBW or a bowl coming into play.
Yeah, probably he's been trying for that, but again, it's hot, it's humid, it's not that easy to have that control. Oh, that's the delivery.
That's the one. Yeah. As another over comes to a close, they are 76 now for the loss of 6, Qatar.
The captain is back into the attack. Umar Abbas. Captain fantastic. That's what they call him back home, following their social media. Oh, beautifully bowled. What a good delivery was that. How did that miss the stumps? Brilliant.
Yeah, Captain Fantastic, as you rightly mentioned, is fabulous. As we have a look at that ball once again, the ball tailing in and a bit of reverse swing. No surprises, the conditions are dry, and that's when reverse swing comes into play.
Well, he's originally from Pakistan, and that's where reverse swing was, I would say, originated. The way those bowlers back in the days bowled those reverse swing.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarfaraz Nawaz was the one who was the pioneer of reverse swing, and then obviously it was taken further by the likes of Wasim Waqar, Imran Khan.
You said it. I was just about to say that I remember the likes of Wasim Akram, the king of swing. Then you had Waqar, who had this deadly Yorkers coming in sharp towards you. He's got that as well. So I would say Pakistan is surely the land of fast bowlers. My personal favourite, Shoaib Akhtar.
The Rawalpindi Express, he's got a huge fan following around the world, that's for sure, no surprises. It's interesting to see, however, how the art of reverse swing is slowly fading away from the game in this day and age. Remember Shoaib Akhtar playing here, actually featuring here in the Legends League.
Yeah, that was in 2022, if I'm not wrong. He was there in this very ground. Always liked his attitude. Fearless cricketer.
Wrapped on the pad, it's a close shout, and the captain once again leading from front, picking up the big fish. Joel Silas, one too many shots of the back foot, and Umar Abbas, with that shape and reverse swing that we were talking about, is able to pick up another wicket for his side.
Brilliant bowling there. On the back foot again was the batter, and Umar Abbas back into the attack, doing wonders. Captain Fantastic gets rid of Joel Silas. That has been a good knock by Joel, but comes to an end.
Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, that was straight. That was full. The ball keeping a touch low as well. An easy decision for the umpire to make. Speaking about Shoaib Akhtar once again, playing in the Legends League, nowhere near as fast as he used to be. The Rawalpindi Express. Well, and there's a big appeal now once again for LBW, close shout. He'd be proud of watching that.
Well, if he's been following, yes, he will be. As Chirag has come back into the 22 yards. Let's have a look at that replay. Rolling in. Oh, that was another very close call, I would say. A little lucky that it was a little doubtful. As not out says Vinod Babu.
Yep, the benefit of the doubt falling in the favour of the batter. And he comes again. And right on money. Full straight. Successful over for the captain on his return. They're 76 for 7 after 35. We were cut short on that discussion once again, talking about the fastest bowler in the world, Shoaib Akhtar. Was an absolute nightmare, wasn't he? For even the best in the business in his prime days. Clocking at speeds well in excess of 150. Bowled that fastest ball in the 2003 World Cup against England. Against Nick Knight, if I'm getting that right.
Yeah, completely right. Bang on.
Chirag is now out there in the middle. He was retired hurt. Coming back to rescue his side, who are in a bit of spot and bother, but at the moment we have the captain, Shoaib, facing up.
There's 7 down now, 76 on the board. You need a lot of recovery from here. It's another dot ball. And that's what Umar Abbas told me at the toss time. That we will restrict them under 100. So far it looks like he's going to achieve that. And that's why I'm going to call him Captain Fantastic for a reason. Very confident. Well, I took his interview. I could see that confidence beaming in. He said, we are there to win this. We're inshallah going to win the cup as well. That's what he said. So it's going to be very interesting if Kuwait goes on to win from here. The finals, the big finals, UAE already have beaten Kuwait. They've been the unbeaten side.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as Mohammad Shoaib takes the aerial route, and he's got a big chunk of it. Half a dozen. Deposits it over the boundary for a 6, and something to smile about for the home side.
I'm sure that dugout had a few applause for the skipper. Well, if you can block your wicket and hit those at least 1 6 and over, you might have something to fight for. This is good batting from Shoaib. Waited for that flighted delivery. It's Yarin again, giving too much of flight, too much of time on offer. Oh, look at that bat swing. Beauty. I like this kind of batting. It's good to watch.
Absolutely, score that little win. If you can't win the match itself, get a score over 100. Because that's what the opposition captain wanted to restrict them on. And very smart planning, his good shot, but straight to the fielder. He's been working towards that since the very beginning of this game. As another over comes to a close, they're 82 now for the loss of 7, Qatar.
Omar Abbas will continue. A little surprise for me is not having Pradyut Giri being used so far. In the previous game, we saw him bowl the 48th over and the 50 and the 49th, the 47th and the 49th over, if I'm not wrong.
They go through for another single on that occasion. Are they keeping the best for the last? Kuwait. Maybe they don't want to expose him.
But I would always say, match practice before playing the finals, where you can see that you're almost done a very good job in this game so far. You have that momentum. Use the bowler. Give him some time. If he picks up a wicket or two, he's going to go in the next momentum game. That's what you want, that rhythm.
I think it ties in with that discussion we were having between having net practice and match practice. These are two different scenarios altogether. And as you rightly mentioned, being out there in the middle, having that feel of the environment, of the conditions, is a totally different ball game altogether. So, it's completely valid in that sense.
And also the finals is going to be played at this very ground. So you want to have that feel. You've bowled at the UDST, but not here.
Nicely played by Shoaib. Pressing on that front foot. Yeah, it's interesting tactics really from Kuwait. Saving him for the last. We'll have to wait and see in the last game, if he is used more. Only they could tell why they're holding him back at the minute. But I think you rightly pointed out, the best form of practice, even if you speak to the best in the game, they would always talk about they're big on match practice.
Yeah, completely. That's what we've seen around in the franchise cricket as well. You've got so many players, that set of players, but again, you want to give them chances, that game time. Scenarios are different, batters are different. So you want to go into that next game with the winning momentum, and also you want to use all your bowlers before, so that they are used to the conditions. They know how the wicket behaves.
Totally.
Whereas I was very surprised to see Pradyut coming in at number 9 in the previous game. And it was his batting that put Kuwait towards that 184, which was that fighting total. That got them the game by 3 runs. So every run matters. The game of margin, as we call it.
And this would be a chink in the armour that their oppositions will be looking at. It's not, he's bowled him straight through him. More evidence of reverse swing. And captain to captain, Omar Abbas wins that battle.
That was another peach of a delivery. Yorker length, a little in swing. The reverse has been coming well for him. Captain Fantastic gets rid of the Qatari captain. Look at that one. Oh, there was no way that bat was coming down in time. No celebration. Just that finger going up, like the umpire would do. That's the wicket number 8. Shoaib departs for 6 of 24. And now that tension in that Qatari camp builds a little too much. Well, the skipper, after picking up that wicket, has gone back to Rudransh Panchal, searching for those last 2 wickets. Chirag on strike.
Nicely played, and Rudransh has been absolutely immaculate with his lines and lengths in this game. He's just given away 23 runs and almost through. Going for the glory shot was Chirag, met with thin air.
But I would say excellent work by the wicketkeeper Usman Ghani, taking those bails off in a flash of a second. But Chirag getting a little too overexcited, I would say. No need of that shot. Survive the next 12.4 overs. Get as many runs as possible on the board. That pressure, it's a little too much on these young guns.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at that replay. It was full once again, and excellent glove work, as you mentioned. This time rocks back on the back foot, punches it away, is looking for a single, and the misfeel allows him to come through in the end. The run rate at the moment is just hovering around 2. It's 2.22 to be precise, and in this modern day and age, it's a little too less, to be honest.
Too little, too less. Way far from that fighting total. But it's a game of cricket. Anything can happen, I would say. Cricket can sometimes be a very funny game.
We saw that in that game between Bahrain earlier. Bahrain and Oman. A low-scoring thriller. Bahrain batting first, getting up to 132, 133, I think. And then they were able to defend it.
That's another dot ball. Really well bowled, Huzaifa. He's also struggling against the spinners, the quality spin attack of Kuwait. It was around 130. You just added 100 more. 130 was that low total.
Going back on that, I think it was 132, I said.
Yeah. No, you said 232 by mistake. Well, it happens. We all do that. End of the over with that dot delivery. 84 for 8 after 38. Umar Abbas. Last 2 wickets. Huzaifa Usman alongside Chirag. 84 for 8. The captain, fantastic. This has been a great battle being put on by the bowlers of Kuwait against the Qatari batters. Completely at the top of the game, dominating those 38 overs.
And the captain is once again in operation, and he wants to get rid of these 2 batters. The last 2 wickets really for Qatar. What a display it has been by this young man, young skipper, and he's led them from front all throughout. And once again that ball tailing back in to the right-hander. It's just a matter of time now that they pick up these last 2 wickets.
Reza, do you think that Chirag should be going for the big hits, knowing that he doesn't have any other batter apart from Huzaifa and the next one to come in? So try and get as many runs?
I think absolutely. You know, as you mentioned earlier, as he flicks that ball away, full toss into his pads, and he gets the treatment. Absolutely, I think he can have some fun out there and set himself some personal objectives at this stage. You know, he's got nothing to lose. He can be free-spirited, play with as much freedom as he wants. Qatar are already out of the tournament, so why not? You know, he can have some fun out there and play his shots freely.
Yeah, express yourself like he did in that previous shot. Oh, next delivery cleaned up. Umar Abbas, he knows what to do. If you hit him for a ball, a boundary, the next ball comes in straight onto the stumps.
I think the idea there by Chirag was to go after the bowling, but it was too good in the end. That shea back in by Umar once again. It was a bit of a shimmy down the track by the batter, but that ball full straight, playing across the line, and that brings about his downfall once again.
Three wickets for 16 in a 6.4 overs. Umar Abbas. That's going to be a wide, sliding down the leg. Well, Kuwait dominating in this tournament. Just apart from that one loss against UAE, they have done really well. Marching front. And like they've been called as the young Falcons, living up to the expectations.
Absolutely. Looked down and out in that game against the UAE, and an opportunity of caught and bowled, almost carried. I think it did carry, but he just wasn't able to hold on to it.
And needed very quick reflexes. Did get a hand to it. Was a chance created. Was almost the end of Zahir. Was that low full toss. I got to look at that replay. It was a lazy shot. Look at that one. Oh, lovely pictures there. Lovely frame by our director. Focusing on the bowler. End of the over with that dot delivery. A successful one for Kuwait. Umar Abbas picking up a wicket.
Right, Qatar with now 2 wickets in the tank. Tries to go over the top, and lucky to get away with that shot was Zahir. Comes again and defended back to the bowler. Rudransh Panchal into his final over. An amazing spell of bowling. He's gone for 24 runs and picked up a wicket. He deserves more for sure. Played up in the air. Has that carried? No.
Another single added to the board, 90 on the board. This is the last pair of batters for Qatar. 9 down for them, as Chirag was retired hurt. It's the previous batter to be out. It's worked away with soft hands. Another dot ball. Yes, Rudransh deserves another wicket, I would say. Deserved more than just the one that he's got so far.
Absolutely. And here's an opportunity for him to wrap up this innings. Slightly wide that time as the batters go through for another run.
Rudransh Panchal, 1 for 25 in his spell so far. Good delivery, targeting the stumps. End of the over, 40 overs completed, and Qatar have got 91 on the board. Omar Abbas will continue. Searching for that one final wicket. He's bowled really well, 3 for 16. And punched off the back foot will be a dot ball. Pradyut Giri, the fielder.
Really impressed with the maturity of this young man, Omar, the skipper of the side. And it shows in the way he bowls, the way he captains, dictating terms all throughout this contest.
That's played well with the straight bat behind the bowler. And a misfield, but a good rebound there by the mid-on fielder. Another single coming in. The fielding has been really good today.
Absolutely. And I think it's infectious really. A lot of the fielders and players just take that energy from the captain, and captain, I think, is somebody who believes in controlled aggression. He's aggressive, but he is calm at the same time. He knows when to let go of that steam and gas.
Yeah, it's very difficult to find, where he's got the aggression, but he's also so calm, so composed, and you need that. You need a captain cool in your lineup who listens to all the players, who knows how to react to the conditions, the match scenario. So far, a lot of maturity seen.
And once again, wrapped on the pads, an appeal, asking the question, probably a touch high.
Good decision there by Vinod Babu. Huzefa. Well, they've been all on the back foot. That intent has missed from all the batters, I would say. Calling the top order, the middle. Then you can't expect the lower order to fire when you don't have runs on the board. Those dot deliveries, 40 overs, you're just merely 92 on the board. You've lost 9 wickets. It's a little harsh to expect from the lower order.
I think we have an example of Joel Silas to look at. Not the best when it comes to footwork, doesn't have any trigger movement, is happy to play off the back foot as well. But what makes him different from others is that he's well built. He's got the power in his wrists and his forearms that allows him to have a better bat swing than other batters. I think that's something that they will need to work on after this tournament. The technique is there. Even the tailenders you see are trying to bat with a straight bat and playing the ball on its merit as another over comes to a close. And they're 92 now. So this is the last pair now out there for Qatar, as we see some crowd in the background, which is good to see.
And right away they've gone with the leg spinner for that last wicket. A few spectators coming in, and I'm sure for the finals we're going to have a packed stadium. Crowd coming in numbers for that game.
They certainly love their cricket in this part of the world. In Doha, we saw that during the Legends League, even in the recently concluded Ramadan Cup. We saw people coming in numbers, supporting good cricket. They're quite unbiased as well.
Yeah, completely. It's the country where football has been played so well. The FIFA World Cup, who can forget about that? 2022. One of the finest World Cup editions being held for the first time in Gulf, and Qatar were very impressive. So there's cricket going to come up as football has made its mark. I'm sure there's going to be one day where you're going to see more cricket leagues coming, and you've seen the Legends League. I'm sure there's going to be more cricket. These youngsters will get more inspired too. And you've got some lovely facilities as well, I would say. The ground's really, really good.
He goes up in the air, an opportunity for the captain to take that catch, and he would take that 10 out of 10 times in his sleep. They're all wrapped up now for 92, a meager score of 92. So the captain successfully living up to his words, a wild hoik, and easy as you like.
You saw that cheeky smile on his face after taking the catch. Aryan, well, he's got a couple of wickets to his column as well. This has been a splendid performance by the Kuwaiti camp. They didn't win the toss, but the skipper said that I'll try and bundle them out under 100, and he's done that. 8-run shot, Qatar, from that 100 mark as they get bundled out for 92. Impressive bowling. Daksh Lakshman, the star with the ball. Umar Abbas backed him. A wicket for Rudransh. And really, really good bowling. This has been excellent display of bowling for Kuwait, as they have done wonders, I would say, with the ball. Well, that has been the highlights. Let's have a quick look at that. Not much to talk about with the bat, I would say. It was a good start though. But then came in the wicket. Daksh Lakshman coming in, picking up wickets at a regular interval. This was the wicket of Induvadan Reddy, straight into the hands. And another one, that was a loose shot, nowhere in control. And that was the wicket number 4, straight towards Rudransh, as Daksh Lakshman is the highest wicket taker. Then a few runs, I think, is what they were looking for. And some runs came in from the bat of Joel Silas as he is finding the gap. But Rudransh Panchal came in, a sharp turn and a brilliant catch there from Usman. And Aryan Kapil said, if others can take wicket, so can I. That was his first one. Then that boundary, as Joel was the only batter that looked comfortable.
Absolutely, and the tally of wickets just continued. Umar Abbas coming back into the attack and went bang bang into the stumps. He was, making sure that he just keeps continuing in his merry ways. It was a wicket after wicket after wicket, and Qatar in the end wrapped up for a score less than 100 in their last game of the tournament as well. As we look at the match summary, Qatar winning the toss, batting first, and Sriindun Verdun Reddy scoring 26, along with Joel, who scored the same amount of runs, with Chirag and Avinash being the other notable performances. They were precise and merciless with the ball, were these Kuwaiti bowlers. Ducks leading the way, picking up 4 wickets for only 10 runs. Umar Abbas picking up 3, the captain. And they were well supported by Aryan and Rudransh, who picked up 2 and 1 wickets respectively. Let's take a break now, but don't go anywhere. When we're back, we'll show you Kuwait's response to this total.
Welcome back, viewers. It's time for the run chase. The first innings dominated by the bowlers of Kuwait. They bundle out Qatar for 92. Qatar, after winning the toss, electing to go for a bat first. Sri Induvardhan ready, 26 of 40 before he was caught and bowled by Daksh. Avinash, a short stay for him for 7 of 36. Chirag got 12 of 24. Double ducks there for Abdul Malik and Vaibhav. Joel Salas batted well for 26. Sami Yasin 1 of 13, 2 for Darshil, 6 from Shoaib, 1 not out was Huzaifa and Zahir, 2 of 11. Excellent bowling performance, just the 9 extras. And the Kuwait bowlers dominated on this given day. The skipper, Captain Fantastic Umar Abbas, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 18. Rudransh, 2 maidens, 1 for 26 and a 10. Ryan Aiden, 5 overs, none for 14, including that 1 maiden. But the star for me was Daksh, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 10, as he is the leading wicket taker in this tournament so far. And Aryan, 8.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24. Complete dominance by the bowlers of Kuwait. As the skipper at the toss time said that I will try and bundle Qatar out in less than 100 on the board, and they have done that. And they just need 93 to win when they will be out in a few moments from now, as they'll be looking to finish this group stage with a win. And with that win, they will secure a position into the finals that will be played day after, 5th of May, against UAE, the table toppers. And Kuwait, after this win, will finish second on that points table. Just that one loss for them against UAE. That's the skipper. And there are the two on-field umpires making their way towards the centre. We're live from the West End International Stadium, Doha, Qatar, for the ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup 2025. It's going to be Vinod Babu alongside Kashif Mirza Beg. 41.2 overs is all that Kuwait bowlers needed to bundle out Qatar. And they'll be coming out, I feel, with an aggressive approach, with Umar Abbas and some good touch. Kandarp getting runs from the bat. Usman getting 43 in the previous game against Oman, and Pradyut Giri. There's the hurdle for the men in maroon. The day didn't go their way according to the batting, I would say. But now when they come out, they will be wanting to defend that modest total of 92. If they bowl well, pick up early wickets, you never know. We might just see Qatar upset Kuwait. These totals can sometimes be very, very tricky. But 92, I feel, in those 50 overs is going to be way, way short of runs. As the two openers come in, we've got the skipper, jersey number 55, Umar Abbas, Captain Fantastic. Alongside him, the wicketkeeper batter, Usman Ghani. Two right-handers making their way towards the centre, 22 yards. The margin between the finals is just those 93 runs to get in those allotted 300 deliveries. It's going to be Shoaib, the skipper of Qatar, to start with the new ball. The left armour has been impressive early on, bowling inside of the power play. This tournament has not gone in their way, but you want to finish it on a happy note. You want to get those 2 points, and a loss for Kuwait might just send them towards that exit, and Bahrain will fancy their chances of playing the finals. Tomorrow is going to be the rest day. But 92, can they defend that modest score? All questions, a lot of question marks, I would say, on that. It's going to be Umar Abbas on strike. You can see Shoaib getting his fielders rounded in first. 10 overs, mandatory overs of power play. We've just got 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. And key to winning such games is only get those wickets. 10 good deliveries is all that the bowling side needs. But it's not easy. It's easy said than done. Shoaib will be coming in over the wicket against the skipper. It's going to be the battle of captain versus captain. And captain of Qatar taking on the captain of Kuwait, the batter Umar Abbas. And surprisingly, there's no slip in position. They've gone with the deep third, but that has been called inside. It's just waiting for the umpires to say, let's play, so we can have the kickstart to this contest. It's the last group stage game. The morning fixture, UAE winning it quite comfortably, securing a berth in the final. Just a few seconds away from the official start time. You can see the fielder in the deep, the wide long off being kept for Umar, who likes to go for those big hits right from the word go. He's a good striker, someone who likes dealing in 4s and 6s early on. Aggressive batter, bowled really well, picked up 4 wickets today. And the umpire, and let's play, says the umpire Vinod Babu. Here comes the ball, number 1. Good delivery, shaping a little away from the right hander. A dot ball to start the second innings, and it's also the right time to introduce my co-commentator for the evening. Welcome back to the Combox, Reza.
Thanks, Herman. I'm rather bamboozled right now by this decision of Qatar, starting off with no slips, and there's a deep long off in place already. These tactics are rather defensive.
Plays that beautifully. There will be runs. There's a fielder in the deep, Joel Silas, who will cut that off. A couple of runs added on, and runs from the captain.
Yeah, the only way they can win this game, as you rightly pointed out earlier, Herman, is by picking up 10 wickets. And the way they can come is by placing those fielders close to the batter. Have a few in the slips as well.
Yeah, a slip fielder is needed with the new ball. Again, played with a straight bat. That's going to be another misfield. Will be more runs. The fielder well wide. Joel does well to save that 4. As Umar will come back for another second. You can't afford to do such sloppy errors in the field.
Yes, I see there Joel he's got his work cut out already in this game. Featuring on the first 2 balls already. First 3 rather.
That's better. Trying to attack the stumps. And surprisingly, the mid-off is just around the bowler's run-up mark. Well ahead, trying to cut down those singles. But again, I think Kuwait is going to play with a lot of free mind. They know that 92, 93 to chase is not a very big score. Inside of the power play, this is where Umar is going to take the toil at. He likes to go for the big shots. He's a fearless cricketer.
Absolutely an opportunity for Kuwait to have a bit of an open net session here. I think with only 93 in sight.
If you want to go play the finals, which are just 90, now you're just 89 runs away from that finals. You want to be in good momentum. UAE has got a top class unit. They're bowling, they're batting, they're fielding. They have ticked all the boxes in this tournament so far.
And they've just scored a thumping victory over Oman, as that ball is timed sweetly by Umar Abbas.
That was an effortless shot there. How easy does he make batting look like? Just guiding it away, using the pace of the bowler Shoaib. Swinging in towards the right-hander, just pushed. All he had to do was clear the infield. A long chase, but the ball was going to win it. The outfield, lush green. Lovely work done by the groundsmen. 8 already on the board. We might be in for an early finish today.
Absolutely. Looks like going that way. And this time a better delivery as over number 1 comes to a close. Kuwait off to a rollicking start, are 8 for none after 1.
8 runs coming of that first over. And like Kuwait adapted with the spinner to share the new ball, Qatar has also gone towards the leggy this time. It's going to be Joel Silas, jersey number 77, alongside the skipper with the new ball. The floodlights are on. Lovely visuals there. He's a smart bowler. Who knows it better than you, Reza?
And you just can't keep him away from the game, really. Was out there for most part of Qatar's innings, fielding at a hot spot as that ball's been signalled as a wide. Deep long off, deep extra cover rather, and now he is there, right there at the centre of attention once again, bowling for his country. So he's all over the place right now.
Yeah, the game of nerves, you slightly under pressure as well. First delivery not going in the area where you ought to be pitching. Well wide. Usman on strike. It's another good hitter.
And Johnny, he has that ability, he has that knack of picking up wickets with the new ball. So it might as well turn out to be an experiment worth taking at this stage.
That's a good move, I would say. You might experiment and pick up a few wickets, make a game out of this.
And a good delivery right from the pads. Questions asked. The umpire doesn't agree. Playing from the crease, it's always a risk.
That was a lovely delivery there from Joy. Look at that action, nice and clean. Getting him off the back foot. There was no footwork. The feet seem to be not moving. It's like he's glued it near the stump area. And if he can bowl those quicker ones, he might just get the better of the batter Usman.
He would have had his heart in his mouth for a second there. Oh, cannot believe this. What has just happened? He's gone through him. And it looked like he'd pick up a wicket, but only for him to make a cardinal mistake. Not for a spinner, overstepping, I think. And that's been signalled as a no ball. Let's have a look. Yep, I think comfortably over that white line.
How unlucky was the bowler there. Overstepping. You don't expect that from a spinner at least. Should have been the first wicket. He's given a no ball. It's going to be a free hit on offer. An open license for the wicketkeeper batter Usman here. Let's see what does the free hit bring in.
And once again tries to go over the top using his feet. But once again, Joel, too good. But obviously this was a free hit, so the batsman cannot be adjudicated as out.
Why is the signal coming in? 2 occasions and Joel had the better of the batter, but only to overstep.
A bit of deja vu coming in as well. Remember that World Cup game between India and Pakistan, Virat Kohli getting out on a free hit, bowled and then running through for runs. A bit of controversy surrounding that particular incident.
Yeah, but it's all about the presence of mind of these two batters. It was Omar who went in. He's a little watchful against the leg spinner. He knows that you can't lose a wicket early on. All you don't want to do is add yourself in pressure like the Qatari batters did in the first innings, as they've got 11 on the board already. So it shouldn't be a difficult task from here.
Yeah, they'd be going in a positive frame of mind approaching this chase, and they have that final in sight, I think, more than this game, although funnier things have happened in cricket. It's never say it's over until it's over. But they don't want to create doubt.
Yeah, cricket is a funny game. Anything can happen. Not over till it's over. Final delivery of the over number 2.
Nicely bowled within the stumps as over number 2 now comes to a close. Kuwait are off to a safe start. 11 for none. Well, there's a decent turnout now at the stadium. People coming in numbers supporting the home side as well as Kuwait. A lot of parents have travelled
with these kids, and it's always lovely to see presence of spectators on the ground. What is a game of cricket without a crowd ready to cheer and stand up for the champions they support? And talking about champions, we've had quite a few of them rising through this tournament and through this platform. As we speak, Avinash has been introduced into the attack, starts off with a wide. So I think they're taking on from that blueprint from Kuwait earlier. We saw them operating with spin early on. Has been the norm in this tournament.
Nice sharp turn there. Look at that quick single. Very good running the wickets. As you mentioned, the spinners have won a lot of battles for Kuwait in that first innings, and that's what Qatar must have adapted. But again, not many runs on the board. You need wickets. Although Vinash has been getting those sharp deliveries onto the batter. But only wickets can help you from here.
And Usman Ghani, he looks a bit tentative. Is raring to go. You saw him struggle in the first over, but on that occasion, nicely driven. And that man at deep extra cover once again in your picture.
Another single added on singles will take you through. Usman, he's been looking for that sweep shot from a few deliveries I've noticed. This is where the bowler might just want to trouble him. That's the delivery. A little quicker, sharp turn. Jersey number 10.
Over number 3 in progress. This time it was a bit wide. Not wide enough to be called an extra. It was a bit faster. And right up in the block hole as well.
It's important to bring in your variations. We saw Daksh do that, and he was the pick of the bowlers for Kuwait. 4 wickets for him in the first innings. Umar Abbas was really impressive as well. So the bowlers took charge and rose to the occasion. That's what you would like to see from Qatar as well. Perform here, come out with an intent, try and defend that score.
Absolutely, there is nothing wrong with losing as long as you are following the process and doing the best you can to win a contest. It's when you start giving up the ghost too early that it becomes a problem. Nicely bowled, forcing him to be on the back foot as over number 3 ends for Kuwait. They are 14 for no loss.
Umar Abbas on strike, he's got 9 of 10. On the other hand, you've got Usman Ghani, 1 of 9. As it's going to be Joel Salas continuing in for his second over. First 10 overs, mandatory overs of power play, just the 2 fielders allowed. This is where Umar, his eyes will be twinkling to go for the big shots. He's playing it with the turn, dot ball. Or direct hit, and they might just squeeze in a single there. Courtesy of an overthrow. 1 more run added to the scoreboard there.
Haman, what we are witnessing here with the Kuwaiti batters is a little bit of concern when they face the UAE, and if they do in the finals,
It looks like they're going to cruise through to the finals, but it will be their ability to counter spin that the result in the final might eventually boil down to. At the moment, they're a bit like Qatari batters, happy to play the ball off the back foot because they can't pick it up from the hands.
Yeah, rightly mentioned that you got to be used to the spinners. You got to take the attack on, and this is the right time, as you mentioned. This is a very valid point, and I'm sure if they're going to go back and watch this, this is the time that you want to build that confidence of playing spinners on this track. Under lights, it's a different challenge as well.
And particularly in the second innings, again, didn't have much of a clue which way it was turning. Going for the cut shot, thinking the ball might turn away, but it just held its line.
He's been a little conservative with his footwork. If you see, that was the kind of delivery that you wanted to play through covers, drive it down the ground, or probably go inside out. But that feet movement is the trigger point. And I'm sure UAE are very smart to see on these things and capitalize the most on it when they come out to bowl.
Absolutely. And on that occasion, the ball turning a little bit, maybe turning too much. That's what the umpire thinks, certainly. Once again, quite happy to sit back on the back foot and hoping against hope as he tries to execute that pull shot.
That was a brilliant delivery. Joel, mighty impressive leg spinner. Complete all-rounder for the future, I would say, for Qatar.
Absolutely. Tosses that ball up, inviting the drive, but not taking the bait, the batter. Usman crossing over for a single.
We saw that with Usman in the previous game as well. Took a few deliveries to get settled in, but batted really well for his 43. Yes, initially he was struggling, but then once he got set, could see the ball like a football and then took the charge as well.
That's nicely played, waiting for that ball till the very last second and punching it away for a single as over number 4 comes to a close. They're 17 now. Kuwait for none. As we see more pictures coming from the stands, nice, pleasant, cool evening. An ideal time for families and everyone else to be out there.
A little too full, gets away with that. Good fielding. Tarshil Sriram. A lovely weather out there. It's a little warm, but that breeze has been there to give you a little relief. Goes for the big one. Omar Abbas just over the fielder. Lazy effort there by the mid-on, as he will get that single in.
It was a half-hearted shot by the skipper, wanting to go over that man at mid-on. As we look at the replay once again, it was a foolish delivery and it was there to be hit, just not getting the connection, and he's lucky to be still out there.
And this is smart cricket. Nudge it away, take that quick single. Strike rotation. That's the difference in the first inning and the second inning so far. 4.3 overs, they've put up 19 on the board, whereas Qatar was struggling till the 7th or 8th over to get there.
Absolutely a lesson, and wow, as we speak, a soft dismissal. We've seen so many batters get out in that fashion today.
There was a sharp turn, leading edge. Another cotton bowled in this game. Avinash strikes. It's the big wicket. Omar Abbas trying to play it on the onside. Hits it back to the bowler. as easy as it gets. Bread and butter of a catch for a bowler. He's pumped up, and why not? Kuwait lose their first wicket with 19 on the board as Umar Abbas departs for 12 of 15. Kandarp in at number 3, the vice captain replacing the captain. Umar Abbas back into the dugout. Early wicket for Qatar. And this is what was needed, Reza, for the Qatari bowlers.
Absolutely, Hammer. We mentioned in the pitch report how this pitch is likely to stay low and offer invariable bounce. And the way a lot of the batters have gotten out today, leading edges, the ball stopping on the pitch, there is evidence if the final is going to be played out here, the spinners will have an absolute joy of a time.
Yeah, gets off the mark, Kandarp. This wicket has been known as batter's paradise, but as the lights come on, I think the pitch curator has made it a lot of sprint-friendly wickets as well. 5 overs done, 20 for the loss of 1 for Kuwait. Joel to continue. 3rd over for him. Oh, that was beautifully bowled. Squaring the batter by all ends. Peach of a leg spinner delivery. How well was that bowled?
Yeah, an absolute treat to the eye. And for everyone watching, fans of leg spin, oh wow, what a delivery. Pitched on leg and beating him up. All ends up.
All the young leggies at home, this is where you want to be pitching it. Good use of the fingers, that sharp turn, foxing the batter.
He's got a nice rhythmic action, has Joel, as an opportunity for a run out comes around. And I think in the end, no damage done. He's got a nice rhythmic approach to the wicket, has Joel. Gathers himself nicely as he approaches the delivery point, and then has the ability to give that ball a real tweak, getting drift and bounce.
And also he doesn't go with that high arm release, coming very close to the head, so that brings in a lot of turn. There you can see some fans enjoying the contest between Qatar and Kuwait. Final group stage match.
Oh, keeping low. Joel, he's looked $1 million with the ball already. Has threatened to pick up a wicket, just being kept at bay for now. But it might as well be a matter of time before he picks up his first wicket.
Well, if he can consistently bowl there, I'm sure the batters might just get a little frustrated and go for that wrong shot. Gift away their wicket. Usman 3 of 15, Kandarp 2 of 4. No ball. Again, that's the second no ball that he's bowled. You don't expect that from a leg spinner. Another free hit. And at the same time, you've got Usman on strike. This is not required. Overstepping, not accepted.
Yeah, releasing all the pressure in the progress as well. Joel, it just all of a sudden undoes all the good work that he's done.
Here comes the free hit delivery. Again, Kepler following the batter. Another dot delivery. No damage on that free hit. Usman really unhappy with himself.
He wanted to pull that ball away in the middle of Doha somewhere, but the bounce again.
Somewhere around the Cornish beach.
The ball in no mood for the weekend, not for now.
Well, they need to get towards the target without losing many wickets into the finals.
Because what this will do is it will raise a lot of question marks and doubts in the batter's mind, and they are going to be up against quality spin attack in the next game.
And also, UAE has got that unbeaten tag on, so that is a very big psychological barrier as well. A team coming in with that winning momentum, batters performing well. Today we saw another century coming in. That shows the kind of depth that they have in their batting. Jameek, Shah, Ayan, Kodadad, you name them, they've got them.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about that in the next over, as over number 6 ends. They're 22 now, Kuwait, for the loss of 1.
Avinash, he's in a hurry to bowl the over. The batter wasn't ready. Dead ball, the signal from Mr. Vinod Babu, all the way from Oman. Oman knocked out today, unable to get to the cross line against UAE. That's going to be a quick single. Kandarp rotating the strike. Oh, they need a backup there. They will cross in for the double. You can't afford to do that with only 92 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they're in a hurry, it seems, which is rather unfortunate. They've got to tighten the screws as much as possible.
Try and get those dot deliveries, as many as possible. If you're going to give them that ones and twos, nothing's going to happen for them. Take it, Kandarp. It's another very good batter, quality batter, likes batting against spin. Kane kept low there.
And this has happened all throughout this tournament. The ball in the second innings in particular, keeping low. We saw that in the match between UAE and Saudi as well a few days ago.
Yeah, that was an inside edge. Good fielding by Huzaifa with the slide on. We've seen that pattern. The ball keeping low. A few wickets also coming in. I think it was the previous game as well. Against Oman, if I'm not wrong. Saudi. The ball kept low. The batter just couldn't bring his bat on time. And you can't blame the batter for that. So this is where you got to show a lot of concentration. Quicker delivery. Quick single there from Usman. This is good cricket. Rotating the strike. Keep that scoreboard ticking. The idea is simple.
Yeah, that's one huge difference between how Kuwait is approaching this innings and how Qatar did. Tossed up on this occasion, played straight down the ground, gun barrel straight. And there's nobody protecting that boundary. Straight down the ground.
This was again that flight on offer. Look at that replay. Avinash enticing him with the flight. Beautifully driven down the ground. Past the bowler, 4 runs. No fielder, no problems. Kandarp stitching his first boundary in this contest. This time playing it with the turn. That will be a dot delivery. Another over comes to an end. And a good one for the batting side. You can see the bowling coming in.
Joel to bowl his 4th over. Now, as we speak, just looking at this game, there is more evidence to this pitch staying inconsistent and the ball holding on the surface. And the proof is in the pudding, because not a lot of runs have come square of the wicket.
We haven't seen much of those sweep shots coming in or getting runs through it.
And more evidence of ball not coming onto the bat. I would say the reason why they've been a bit reluctant to play those cuts, sweeps. And also full marks to Kuwait for their bowling. They haven't bowled many short deliveries, and when there were opportunities that presented themselves, when they provided width to the batters, they weren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, they bowled with a lot of control, a lot of discipline there. They bowled according to the field plans. Oh, sharp turn. Joel, you beauty. This leggy can turn the ball, can't he?
Absolutely, and fast turn as well. Slightly off target, but creating doubt in the batter's mind once again.
Get a slip in. That's my suggestion to Joel and QATAR. Calls for the big heave. That's a good strike. That's in the gap. 4 runs for Usman. Finally, the release shot comes in. He was struggling against Joel, but this time takes the attack on. The vacant mid-wicket. And a boundary there.
And that was a really good shot. Picking his spot, going over cow corner. And picking up a much needed boundary, releasing pressure for his side.
34 on the board. A little too full. Hit back to the bowler, dot delivery. Good run rate as well. 4.43. Now it's 4.34 after that dot ball. Excellent cricket.
He wasn't afraid to toss that ball up once again, Joel, after being hit to the boundary. Asking the batter to go after him once again, but wisely played by Usman Ghani. He's already got a boundary of this over. Doesn't need to do anything out of the ordinary. Once again, waiting for that ball to turn and cutting it away to the fielder in the deep. Over number 8 now ends 35 for 1. A bit faster to start over number 9. Avinash Vinay into his 4th over now. He's been able to pick up a wicket. Full toss. Dabbed away for a single.
Yeah, good running between the wickets. That strike rotation. So Usman gets a little comfortable in the centre. A runner ball for Kandarp. Just another 57 to win from here.
Nicely played. And it's gone through the fielder. It's good to see him stretching forward as much as possible. Kandarp seems to have that natural ability to play spin.
He's a very stylish cricketer, the vice captain. Oh, looking for that another single. Misfield for Shoaib. They wanted the second, but as they say, never go for a run on a misfield.
Absolutely. I think we're making the right decision in the end there. Sense prevailed and very nicely played. You see him waiting for that ball to spin, keeping his shape, and then bringing in those wrists last second, working the ball away. It's so much about wrist work as well, the ability to play spin.
He's got a very steady head as well when he plays those shots. Good extension of the arms. Flicks it with those. Lovely batting here. Manipulating the field. Another single added. Ends the over. 9 completed. Kuwait 40 for the loss of 1. Change in bowling. It's going to be the introduction of Mohammad Zahir in for the last over of the power play. Another spinner into the attack. It's the leg spinner. Oh, sharp delivery. Following the batter. It's a good start. Good one for the first one.
Yeah, encouraging signs for Zahir. Usman Ghani looks to be a batter who banks on confidence. Just judging by his body language now, after scoring that boundary, he's looking far better. And evidence of that there. You know, all of a sudden a boundary has come, those nerves have eased out, and he's looking at home now.
He looks very relaxed after that boundary. We see those batters, they search for those 4s and 6s early on to find the rhythm. Once you start middling the ball, even though you don't find runs, you know that it's been coming onto the bat. And that helps you build the innings.
Oh, and as we were praising him, you know, that will be signaled as a no ball, slipped off his hands. Totally off radar. He was probably aiming for the parking lot there.
Yeah, that was a wild delivery there. It's probably those sweaty hands. Look at that one. Oh, well out off the wicket. And Kandarp takes the tart. What a shot. That's gone away for a 4. Inside out through covers. Kandarp, you beauty. Just timing, playing it with the turn. It was the free hit. Full marks.
And we finally have our wish come true. Someone using his feet, going after the bowling, and inside out. Always a treat to the eyes when it's executed in that fashion. Tossed out once again, a similar delivery, but Kandarp happy to let that one go through to the keeper.
He's a good bowler. If he can find that rhythm early on, that line and length, the key to a leg spinner's success. That's going to be another wide there. Again, beyond the trim line, trying a little too full, too wide. As a leg spinner, you've been taught to bowl towards the leg stump and then you can turn it towards the off. So you should try something like that. Middle stump, turn it a little bit towards the keeper.
I think he's struggling right now with his rhythm. His body seems to be a bit lethargic, and he's trying out that googly, which probably doesn't come naturally to him. Even on that first ball that ended up as a no ball, pitching outside the playing surface, that was a googly as well.
A lot of times you see the bowlers practice a lot on googly because it's the back of the hand release. There you can see it's good to see the batter reaching the ball. It's a dot delivery to finish off. 10 overs completed. Kuwait 47 for the loss of 1. Another change in bowling. It's another leggy. Sami Hassan in for the 11th over. Again, keeping low was the ball. Not easy to bat on this track. You can see that it's holding up on the wicket. I see a little moisture as well on the ground. There's a lot of dew as well. That's why the bowlers, you see, after every delivery, trying to keep their hands as dry as possible, using that mud near the turf.
Never easy to grip the ball. Sami Hassan on that occasion, though, no problems. Goes straight through the batter's defences. It was full, fast, straight. And he does the business for his captain.
Yeah, that was a brilliant delivery. Didn't turn at all. And straight on to the middle stump. Kandarp. That will be a long walk back to the dugout. Second man down. And Sami Hassan strikes in his first over. Kuwait 48 for the loss of 2.
He was opening up to play that ball through the offside, but Sami Hassan, he doesn't turn the ball much. It was full straight, a bit like Anil Kumble or Shahid Afridi for that matter. He can be deceptively straight and fast. Once again, you see not much spin on offer, so they've got to be careful, these batters. They have to play with a straight bat. Anything across the line, and against a bowler like Sami Hassan, LBW or bowled can come into play. Some natural variation from the pitch there.
It's going to be a real test for Ryan Aiden. You can see that he's been observing the wicket. A few deliveries keeping low. It's phase 3. Final delivery coming in for the over.
And a good way to finish over number 11. Kuwait now are 48 for the loss of 2.
Zahir to continue. Starts off with the wrong in there. Beautifully bowled. Pushed away by the batter. Dot ball. Usman having a look at that field spread. Goes big. Over covers. That's a good shot. And that has sailed over half a dozen. First one from the bat of Usman Ghani. And the team 50 up with that maximum. That was a brilliant strike. Nice flight. It was in the arc and it goes out of the park. Half a dozen there. Usman Ghani. That's what he's been known for, those big hits. And what a way to bring up the team 50. A maximum. Moves on to 20 of 35. Got 43 in the previous contest against Oman. That'll be more runs. Gotta wait for the umpire's confirmation. It is gonna be a wide, a near escape, I would say. Very near escape. Is almost pitching around that danger zone. A wide and a quick single added on. Zahir under pressure. And that's what happens when a batter goes for the big hit as a bowler. Oh, that's another wide. Extra bounce as well. Another run. A wide plus the single added on. Leaking run Zahir. I feel he's getting a little too excited to bowl the over. Should take his time. Probably have a word with the fielders. Break the momentum a little bit. Take a deep breath. Then probably come in. Another googly. Well executed. Just be another single. This has been the over that Usman has decided to target. Ryan Aiden on strike. Cuts it away. That's a good shot, although the fielder will cut that. The shield. That gully position. 60 on the board. Just 33 runs away from victory. And they will march into the finals. Will finish second on the points table in this ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup 2025. Another googly. It's not an easy delivery to bowl, but he has been executing it really well. Last ball. We'll take the quick single. Usman to keep the strike, 12 done, 61 for the loss of 2. Sami Essen to continue. Punched away. It's got a boundary raider. It'll only be a single. 62. Every run getting them closer towards the victory. They require another 31 to win. Complete dominance. That's a better delivery. Targeting the top of the off stump.
It's now a matter of time for Kuwait. The win with inside, it's inevitable. Right now it's a matter of when, and that ball wrapped on the pads, playing across the line. He had a case for himself there, Sami Essen.
It's a little quicker delivery. Rattling up the batter, but I feel that was missing the leg stump. Good decision. Well missing.
Was touch and go, a little bit of doubt, and when that happens it always falls in the favour of the batters.
That's the right approach there by Usman. Ryan Aiden has been the new batter in. Usman has been there. He knows how the wicket is behaving. Right away goes up to Ryan, has a word with him, probably telling him to not go for that cut shot.
Definitely is a risky option when the ball is doing that. That is plumb in front of the stumps. Cannot be any more LBW out than that one.
The quicker delivery, drifting in off the back foot was the batter. And he is caught in front of those stumps. An easy decision for Vinod Babu. An excellent bowling, I would say. From the tall leg spinner, Sami Ehsan picks up his second wicket of the night. That was a ripper of a delivery, I would say. As Ryan Aiden walks back. Look at that sharp delivery. Right in front. Yeah, that was hitting the leg stump. That was an easy decision. Look at that appeal as well. Vinod Babu raising the finger as Kuwait lose their third wicket.
We were drawing some similarities between him and the likes of Shahid Afridi and Anil Kumble, and that's the way they bowl. Always a risky option, going back on the back foot against them as over number 13 comes to a close. They're 62 for 3 now. Obviously not in the same class of league as the legends we just mentioned. However, he's a similar category of bowler. Knit from the same cloth as that ball's gone through. Short mid-wicket. And this outfield is faster than a Ferrari on a Doha highway. Let's have a look at that again. Elementary effort there by the fielder. Should have been stopped. Too slow to react. And that ball too fast for him in the end. Another boundary for the batter. He's oozing with confidence now. And follows it up with a single. Good cricket there. With victory in sight now, he would want to stay out there till the last ball of this innings bowled. He is just being joined by Vihan Jitesh, who's yet to get off the mark. The run rate at the moment 5.03. Wide, too wide, outside that stem line. And this time he gets off the mark. Nice looking stroke. Just a matter of time now. Abdul Malik into his first over. Qatar opting to go with yet another leg spinner in this game. It's been a stellar of a performance by the leggies so far. Last two balls of over 14 coming up. What was that? What was he doing there? Just threatening to play the reverse sweep, changing his stance as the delivery was about to be bowled, and then changing his mind. Just putting the bowler off his mark. Playing a few mind games, that's good to see. Lets that one go. And the umpire just thinking it was not wide enough. Probably turning more after it went past that stem line.
Lets that one go again. Losing his concentration perhaps. Over number 14 draws to a close. They're 70 for 3. Kuwait.
Just another 23 to win. Sami S and the pick of the bowler so far will continue. Vihan on strike, he's got 1 of 2. Alongside him, Usman looking well set. Another sharp delivery, turning away. Kept a bit low as well. Good bowling by Sami, very impressive.
What a Jaffer, an absolute peach of a delivery. He's got a figures of 2 for 2. As that ball's being played straight down the ground. The tall leg spinner from Qatar. It's been absolutely immaculate.
Yeah, talk about a tall leg spinner. You've got a tall batter as well. Even competition. Vihan, very tall. It's going to be another dot delivery. Vihan Jitesh, before the start of the tournament, got a century, but yet to get that big score from his bat. Warm-up fixtures, did really well against Bahrain.
Maybe it's the finals when he would stand tall for his height.
Yeah, like they say, big match players stand up on big occasions. Well, Kuwait will be hoping to put up a very spirited fight against UAE. Just another 22 runs away. Kane with a straight bat, pushed back. It's a quicker delivery by Sami. He's been mixing it up quite well. His sixth mantra has been that variation, just like how Daksh did in the first innings.
Sami Hassan coming to the end of his third over, and a half-hearted appeal. Tentative. As over number 15 comes to a close with Kuwait, requiring 22 more runs for victory.
Two for 3 in his 3 overs, Sami, as it's going to be Abdul Malik called in for the 16th over. Watchful with that defense. The tall Kuwaiti batter, Vihan Jitesh, standing in almost 6 feet.
Yep, that's probably right.
It's been pushed away. Good fielding effort. Excellent piece of fielding. Sami Hassan, full stretch dive towards his right, saving runs for the side. Although the game has slipped away from their hands.
Yeah, it's a bit of a consolation job now, if you're in the Qatari camp right now.
But I'm sure when you go out of this tournament, and there will be training camps, I feel after maybe a week or so, there will be a lot of discussions around that what went wrong, what didn't go in the favor. It's another dot delivery. And also talking about the domestic circuit, how does that happen here in Qatar, as you're a local homeboy, I would say?
Yeah, I mean, there will be quite a few key takeaways after this game. And just speaking about the domestic circuit, and I think one area that we need to improve on is playing the longer format of the game. Now, a lot of these boys get involved in shorter format. You know, they play lots of T20s, you know, even 30 overs. but they don't get to play the longer format so much. And that's something which needs to be promoted, I think, on a larger scale. Post this tournament, it was a good opportunity to see where they stand in comparison to other teams. They've identified those gaps. We'll get back to it as over number 16 comes to a close. They're 74 now for the loss of 3.
Sami Hasan continuing. Lucky escape there, very close to that trim line. Starts off with a dot delivery. It's just a matter of some time now for Kuwait. 3 big hits and a single away from victory. Oh, good one. That's the delivery that he's been troubling the batters with, that quicker through the air, not turning much.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's the one for the future alongside Joel. So lots of positives for them as well. It's not all doom and gloom.
Well, that's what cricket is all about. You learn and evolve. Beautifully bowled. You could say that the team might be in that transformation as well. A lot of kids probably just nearing that cut-off date, which doesn't allow you to have them playing. So a lot of learnings as well. That's a good shot. And that's over the fielder. 1 bounce, 2 bounce and a 4. Usman Ghani finally decides to take over Sami as he picks up the boundary.
Yeah, up and over he goes. No prisoners taken on that occasion. No half measures. A couple of bounces into the fence. Yeah, then these Qatari boys, they get to enjoy these international state-of-the-art facilities. They get to practice in the stadium and the university ground as well. We'll come back to that as over number 17 comes to a close. It's 78 now for the loss of 3.
Avinash called back to the attack. Well, that's guided. The fine leg there will cut that away. Another single was a loose delivery. Very lucky to get away. Svihan misses out on that opportunity. That single. Well, the domestic circuit, that's something that really helps you pick up a lot of cricketers. Back in Kuwait, they play a lot of 35 over format. 50 has not been that added towards the kids sector. More runs. Another single. But again, domestic cricket, if that is rising, you will see the rise of your national team as well. And that's been one of the key things why Kuwait cricket has come up in the recent past, is their domestic circuit has been very well laid, and that planning of the board has been really executed.
It's directly proportional to your progress directly proportional, isn't it, to your progress. And I think Qatar has done a great job as well, just providing opportunities to these young guns. Remember, they're still an emerging team as of now, and they're working with a new coach as well. So, I'm sure in a matter of a few tournaments, they will come leaps and bounds and show a very different performance to what has been the case in this tournament.
That's another dot delivery. No, that'll be a single misfield there by Sami Ehsan, unable to cut that off. Yeah, I'm sure that cricket is going to evolve as you've got a new head coach as well for the seniors team that will also look into the juniors prospect. So hopefully full marks to ACC to conduct this live games for the players. It's flicked away, the fine leg will cut that off. Another quick single, good running between the wickets. Ends the over, he'll keep the strike. 18 gone, 82 for the loss of 3. Just another 11 runs away from victory. Oh, that's a full toss. Will land safe. No man's land. Leaves us with just 10 more to win from here. He's trying to go for the big shot. Usman moves on to 36. Another gritty knock by the opening batter.
At this point onwards, it's just a formality now for Kuwait. Well bowled. Jamming his bat down just at the last second.
He's quick through the air, Sami, hasn't he? Very impressive in today's game.
Oh, and has he gone through him? Yes, he has. Making that mistake. They're celebrating. Staying on the back foot. And you cannot do that against Sami Ehsan.
That's probably hit him on the pads and ricocheted onto the stumps. Vihan Jitesh, as the 4th wicket falls, was another quicker delivery. Kept a bit low as well, you could see. Yeah, that hit him on the pad and straight onto the stumps. Wicket for Sami. What a night he's been having with the ball. 3rd wicket for him. As QATAR 83 for the loss of 4.
Rishan. And an almost an action replay of what we saw on the last ball. Now what happens is when you play that kind of a ball on the back foot, when the ball is turning in and is keeping straight at a reasonable pace, it just allows the ball to complete its movement. You've got to meet it halfway and cut down on that spin.
And also he's a little quicker through the air, so he's not predictable. He's turning the ball. He's got a good mix-up. Final delivery of the over, Rishan. And well played. No run on offer. Excellent bowling from Sami. 5 overs, 3 for 8 for him. 19 gone, 83 for the loss of 4. On the board for Kuwait. Captain back into the attack, Shoaib. Just the 10 more to win for Kuwait. Guided that towards the deep. Sweeper cover, cuts it off, another single. Just the 9 more to win from here.
Yeah, Mohammad Rashan, the new batter out there, and he knows that it's just a matter of time now that they cross that line, Kuwait, and confirm their place in that all-important finals on the 5th of May. That will be shown live to you from this very venue, the Western International Cricket Stadium. Two sides which have been in red-hot form in this tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Unbeaten UAE versus Kuwait. The only match that Kuwait have lost was against UAE. Redemption time. Another dot ball. No, they'll squeeze in a single. Very good running. Sloppy piece of fielding. It'll be interesting to watch. Will Kuwait take that revenge on? Or is it going to be UAE outclassing them the way they did in the first game? All eyes on these two teams. That will be played on the evening of Monday, 5th May.
We'll find out indeed. On paper, as that ball again, Mohammad Shoaib, another no ball in this innings, overstepping the captain. And on paper, just talking about that final once again, I think UAE looks to be a better side, but it's not on paper that the finals are played and won.
They're surely going with that momentum. That rhythm has been with them, especially the batters clicking, the bowlers doing really well. But again, you can't count them out. Kuwait has done really well after that one hiccup.
Absolutely, as that free hit goes in vain. And funny things can happen in a final-like situation. We've seen teams choking under pressure, and UAE, although they tick all the boxes in terms of bowling, fielding, and batting, you never know. Will they be able to handle that big match pressure on the day when it really matters?
Another good delivery. Just looking for that single sent back. Good call. And now it's just a matter of one big hit where Kuwait will be sealing a victory. 87 for 4, chasing 93 to win this contest.
It's been a walk in the park for Kuwait. A berth in the final, though, is the big takeaway as that ball going down leg side. Another wide. Mohammad Shoaib only into his second over of the innings, as his team is staring down an exit just on the verge of elimination from this tournament. Goes over the top and is able to clear that man at mid-off with comfortable ease.
Good strike to finish off the over. Was a fuller length on offer. And a good smash. Powerful striker Rashan. That's the reason why he was sent in to do the finisher's role. Just one run away from victory, as that's the end of the over. 92 for 4 after 20.
Right, this might as well turn out to be the last over of this innings, as Sami Hassan
Comes out to ball, plays it straight down the ground, and there we have it. Finishing it off in style. Kuwait with a comfortable victory in the end, winning this game by 6 wickets.
That was banged in shot, and Usman Ghani hits the boundary, gets them towards the cross line. A victory by 6 wickets to confirm a slot in the finals. They will meet UAE on the evening of Monday, the 5th of May, for the all-important finals of the ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup 2025. Another 40 plus, this time unbeaten for Usman, as there will be handshakes all around. It was the bowlers, the spirited bowlers of Kuwait, who were asked to go for a bowl, bundled Qatar out for just 92. And what a winning momentum, what a way to enter the finals. A victory by 6 wickets and almost 30 overs in spare.
Yeah, they've thoroughly deserved this spot in the final, have Kuwait, and I just get the feeling comes Monday it's going to be a battle of the spin wizards on this very venue. They'd be locking horns against each other. As we look at that batting card, Umar Abbas off to a sedentary start, getting out early. Usman Ghani, though, after that jittery beginning, stayed out there till the very end, as Kandar Tushar looked good against Spain, was the only other batter to have entered the double figures.
Yeah, nothing much for the bowlers of Qatar apart from Sami Ehsan, 3 for 12 in his 5.1 overs. Avinash 1 for 23 in the 5. Shoaib 2 overs, none for 17. Joel bowled well, was wicketless for his none for 12 in the 4. Zahi 2 overs, none for 20, and Abdul Malik none for 11 in those 2 overs. 16 extras while defending a modest total of 92. Was never going to help in that winning venture. Well, Qatar unable to get those 2 points, but Kuwait march into the finals. The highlights of the second innings: Umar Abbas started with a boundary. He was looking for those good shots, but then Avinash came in, a soft dismissal, as there was the first wicket, and then the boundary came in. It's the first shot that he played, a lot of release, and then the big heave by Kandar, getting another boundary. He was looking pretty good, but then that wicket came in. Sami Ehsan sharp right onto the middle stump, and then Usman went in for the only 6 that was hit in the second innings, a maximum to bring up the team 50, and then Aiden was caught right in front of the stumps.
And they continued in their merry ways, did Kuwait, picking up a boundary. But Sami Ehsan, he wasn't short of his bag of tricks, picking up a wicket, bowling wicket to wicket as well. But it was Kuwait in the end, finishing it off in style with that winning stroke, confirming a berth in that final against the UAE on Monday night.
Well, a good momentum shifting towards them in the end. 4 wins on the trot for Kuwait. That's the match summary. 92 and bundled out in 41.5 overs. Daksh Lakshman was the pick of the bowlers for me. 4 for 10 in his 10 overs. Umar Abbas bowled well. 3 for 18. Aryan 2 for 24. Rudransh 1 for 26. And for the Qatari batters, it was Induwadan Reddy 26 of 40 and Joel 26 of 64.
Kuwait in reply, cruising to victory by a comfortable margin of 6 wickets, as we now are heading towards a break. But don't go anywhere. When we're back, we'll show you the presentation ceremony.
Welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony for the last game of the group stage for the ACC Men's Under-16 West Zone Cup 2025. The game between Qatar and Kuwait securing a berth in the finals. A comfortable victory by 6 wickets. First up, we'd like to call the captain of Qatar, Shoaib, for a quick chat. Shoaib, you won the toss, but nothing went in the favour. What really happened? You got a good start, but then wickets kept falling.
Yeah, I think we had a good start, but in the middle overs we lost too many wickets and we tried to accelerate, but we failed.
You played a lot of dot deliveries. That's been the regular pattern, and that's where the other batters came in and failed to perform. So is there a lot of learnings from this tournament as you walk back?
The thing is, the players that come in the start, they try and block too much. They don't look to attack, which puts pressure on the middle order batsmen that causes a collapse.
Well, all the very best for the upcoming future. Long way to go.
I think.
That was the captain Shoaib of Qatar. Next up, the happy captain, of course, the captain of Kuwait, Umar Abbas. Can we have you here, Umar? Umar, well, I got to credit one thing for you. You at the toss told me that 100 and less is what I'm going to restrict them at. And 92, well done, captain.
Thank you. I guess we just followed the plan which was given by the coaches, so it was really easy inside there, and hopefully we got the result which was wanted.
Yeah, they call you captain, fantastic. I've been reading that on the social media as well. What a bowler, what a batter, and your team performing. Your spinners doing really well. Tell us a little bit about Daksh. What a find.
Yeah, I mean, he's performing consistently, which was needed for the team. Really happy by the boys, for the boys, how they are performing, and really good going. So inshallah we'll carry forward in the final as well.
The senior team has been doing well, and now the juniors are playing finals against the mighty UAE. How's the excitement on?
Excitement is there, of course, for them as well. The pressure will be on them, I guess, as they are the big team, and inshallah we'll beat the big team and take the trophy.
All the very best. Give us a good finals and enjoy this night.
Inshallah. Thank you.
That was the captain Umar Abbas, of course, the happy captain. Next up, the player of the match, a few candidates, but firstly, I'd like to introduce Mr. Khalid Al Suwaidi, the CEO of Qatar Cricket Association and the tournament director. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. And the player of the match, no surprise, is the way he bowled. Well, 4 for 10 in those 10 overs. 3 maidens. Daksh Lakshman, please come in. Pose for a picture first. Thank you very much, sir. Daksh, yes. Firstly, congratulations. You're the leading wicket taker in this tournament. What a dream run. And today, the way you bowled. 6 overs, you were 4 for 4. Dream spell.
Yeah, for sure. Ball was turning a bit. I mean, I had to make a breakthrough because they were going very well in the start. But as soon as the first wicket fell, they collapsed.
I saw you in the first game. You were a little disheartened. You picked up 6 wickets. But after that, you came in as a brand new bowler. You brought in a lot of dot deliveries, a lot of confusion on the mind of the batter, that variation that you brought in. So what was that take from the first game that brought in a different Daksh?
I would say so, like, after I got hit for 71, I mean, that's not like my kind of bowling, I would say so. So I rebranded myself in sense, like, I started practicing on myself, tried to work on my action and the way I release the ball, yeah.
Well, you performed really well, and all the very best for the big finals.
Thanks so much, thank you.
Well, that was the player of the match, Daksh. And of course, Kuwait cruising towards the finals. And that's the end from the presentation ceremony. We'll see you on the 5th of May, the big finals, UAE versus Kuwait. That's it from here.